Hey, Sivak, nice to see you. You are the first, I believe. Welcome, welcome. And again, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I will always try to do better. So again, if you can sort of give it phonetically, I also try to fix. All right, so as you can see, we don't have our event token yet. There's everybody basically and their mother's monkey is in the server requesting missing event tokens. So hopefully they'll get that fixed for us. But like all of my streamer friends don't have it. Sivak? Better? Is Sivak, is that correct? Civic. Sivak is I think the way that would be Sivak. Okay, good. I will remember that. That one I can do. Thank you for typing it out for me, and I'm so sorry I was mispronouncing it to start with. Yeah, so I'm going to Phantom Sealed. Oh God. Okay, well, we're gonna start with this because it's free. We're gonna get wrecked, but it's free. Two tiger seals, last Agnikai, two avatar angs. Sorry. Glad we're not paying for this. Sorry, that's so great. How much fixing do I have? Because I really want to do that if I can. The white looks okay with the pole, this, airbending this, and three capped. It's not that deep and it doesn't have 2 drops, but okay. No, they're not. What are you talking about? Okay. Just an awesome. No. Oh man. Not even the like 3 mana lesson that finds 2 lands and sacrifices. Oh man. Oh, 2 Angst Journey though. I want to do this because it's free. Barrel gaming, yeah. Okay. It actually might be that I'm just supposed to do flying here with the like River Spirit and Parrot and don't run this stuffs. It's not good, but it's not awful. Oh, Unagi Earth King, nice. And or you could do Toph Earth King. That's pretty cool. Um, do have three like pieces of like mana sink here. um, so I'm trying to figure out whether I can go down to 16 lands, and just like cut the fancy footwork. Like I don't the fancy footwork, which is really tempting because it's a lesson for the first time flyers early. But I think I prefer like I don't want to cut boomerang. I don't want to cut octopus form. I don't cut water bending or lost days, or airbending lesson. So I think the only lesson I could cut is this. And I certainly don't want to cut the removal. I think over the combat trick. I think that's correct. Even though we have a few flyers for whom that would be pretty nice. But maybe I mean, fancy footwork. Yeah, I think it's fancy footwork and then like cut a land. Probably a white source. Even though Suki's double white, I still think I want well, I do really want that early. There's 9 and 9 here, so it shouldn't be too bad. 8 sources is usually enough to do the thing, but most of my like really key early stuff is blue. Except for the Voyager. The Voyager is really nice to have, but I think this should be okay if I cut. Let's just look at the proportions. 11, 12. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut one white source and try this. All right, this is awful, but it's free. So let's go. I didn't realize this was on, or I would have jumped right into the like set review. Sorry, because but I wanted to. We'll do this first, because reasons. Okay. Start on 3 with opponent on the play. Good. Excellent. Whatever. It's free. Thanks, Shiver. Okay. I am going to play out the Water Tribe Captain just because it's a bigger threat than this. This is more likely to be able to get in, but this is just more power on the board. They have a Wrath? Okay, charge. Sokka. Okay, let's make that go away for now. And pray they don't have removal. Abandoned Air Temple. Uh-oh. No touchy. No, they touchied! They touchied. Shit. Alright, we attack all. Do I waterbending lesson first, or do I... Wait, 5... No, we attack all. Please don't have removal for my first time flyer. Please don't kill me on the swing back with Sokka. No! Shit! Who plays Meteorite? Sorry. At least they don't have vigilance, I suppose. Who plays that? Okay. Ow. Alright. Alright, all I need is one removal. Yes! Get wrecked! Woohoo! Oh, bad things are bad. Okay. Okay. That seemed a little bit of a greedy attack, but I'll take it. All right. It was dumb. Okay. I got a reward of 20 whole gems. I'm rich. Envy me, suckers. Sorry. Okay. Okay. We got first time flyer plus boomerang basics and the razor rings. I think we keep this. No, I need one turn to make it into a 2-3. Play versus draw is so much fun sometimes. All right. I suppose they did use that on that and not the other thing. So we're gonna boomerang basics that. Play Suki next turn. Unfortunately, they may have access to like the boulder spell thingy, like the red sorcery, but we'll see. Or Iroh's demonstration of the I'm just thinking about commons. And I could have held this off. Like, I just didn't want to take too much damage on against a red deck early that puts out big things. Please do not have a punch here. Please. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, God. Well, bye-bye, little 1/1. Leaving this on the battlefield creates something that they can use to punch. They could probably just do that with the Iroh anyway. So, and I do want the clue, but I don't want this coming down again, I think. So we're just gonna do this. Because the Razor Rings can take care of Iroh on the block. Or that. But not both. Oh, they're gonna do that? Okay. Interesting. All right, we lost days that. Do I have any? I have one. I have Granny. Okay, so we play this out first. And octopus form, so we do this. Okay, and then attack. Alright, they're off of it. Fair. Whew. Okay. that was a thing. Yay, 20 more gems! Let's go! I'm fabulously wealthy with 40 gems now. No! They have a gran. We're doomed. And she can attack. Oh, banned. Okay. Hmm. This parrot is vaguely interesting, but we're gonna do a 3/3. Red and green. What? Shrines? Shrines? Sorry, getting too excited. It might be. It might be. I'll be so upset if it's just 5-color stupid bullshit rares. So upset. Shrines! Cool. I should have let them draw this card first in order to not have that much information, but it's a free event. I don't actually care. I can exile this. Or I can just play Suki. Or I can attack all and see what they do. I like that. All right. Yep. All right. Good stuffs. Let's just attack all. I could double spell that and the Water Tribe Captain, which actually would be pretty good, but... Yeah! Okay, well, jeez. 20 more gems incoming. Yeah, seriously. Here we go. All right, well, we got our 3 wins. Claim. What do we get? Okay. Exciting. No, not even 20 more gems. Just an art style on a common. Okay. On a bad common, too. Worth it. Okay. All right, so let's get to the set review. I know, you tried, Sivak. You tried. Okay. Hello, Floof. Floofy cat. Okay. So let's go. Sorry, like, all right. Let's go and grab Scryfall and set review. Okay. Let's adjust. Whoa, cat. Seriously? What? Well, I just felt all my stress melt away. Here, have a treat. And maybe let me do my thing for a little while. Okay. Yeah. He likes to rub his face on it and purr into it, so I figure kitty ASMR is nice. Okay, so this one's gonna be a good size. This one might be less so, but that's okay. We'll zoom in as we need. Okay, good. So we have already done the commons and uncommons, which are the majority. I like to do first because of the majority of what you'll see during your pre-releases and your, you know, early drafts. We have concluded that. What we're going to do today is all of the rares and mythics, and the majority of the time I'm just gonna be like, take this freaking card. There are very few times where and it's going to be very clear where the cards are absolutely unplayable to some degree. The strength here becomes, because it's play boosters, evaluating which rare is stronger. You got here getting whoops too. Nice. My cat just went and did zoomies. So early access is later today. It's 3:58 a.m. So it's later today at 1 p.m. I advertise it as 1 p.m. not for me, but for my fellow streamers often, because I often join a little bit later when some of the bugs are worked out. But if I can't sleep, I'll be there at 1. And I try to do very, very much until like the last 1 p.m. the next day. So we'll see. So what we're going to be doing now is looking at something that you'll see a little bit less of in your packs, and sort of evaluating those as the majority of the rares tend to be in the A slot these days, but there are a bunch of them that are then just like F, which does really suck. But we're going to try and see if we can see any S tier cards that are absolutely broken. I remember we did call Meringue River Regent as one of the strongest cards, even though it was just a rare, not a mythic. In Tarkir Dragonstorm, I was like, this card is stupid and it shouldn't be a rare. And I was right. But there have been a lot of rares that I've, about which I've been wrong as well. So, but that one, so we're going to see what we see. Okay. Well, not really though. The red land in Avatar was absolutely freaking useless. The white land was an A+ bomb. Like there's a huge difference between, yeah. So Adept Water Shaper is a 3-mana 3/4. Other tapped creatures you control have indestructible. Now the synergies that we've seen for this, actually I'm gonna need, because it's the rares, I'm gonna want to point out commons and uncommons that this will work with. So I am going to go and do that, really bring those up really quickly in this here. Search with these options, sort by color. So one of the things that you can see is that if you remember, you can tap down other creatures at instant speed, especially with this Trapper. Here, tap another creature, an untapped creature you control, tap target creature an opponent controls. You can do that at instant speed to give indestructible to something in response to a destroy effect, or damage effect. So that is actually very interesting. And I do think that this has a home in the deck that taps things down. But it also just means that when you attack and tap your creatures, as long as they don't have vigilance, your creatures are indestructible. So that's gross. And Convoke is very nice at instant speed with this as well. So this is absolutely stupid with most of your decks, but it's absolutely, bat crap crazy in a deck that can tap down at instant speed. So we've got a bunch of things with Convoke that we saw in the and instant speed things that we saw in this. We can do for example, we've got this Convoke Trick. We've got the and that's gonna blow so many people out actually now that I've seen this rare. Ugh, gross. And then we've got also a bunch of draw effects. We've got a Convoke Clone. The Convoke draw effect is the Jace's thing here. Essentially Jace's Ingenuity, but discard a card, but it has Convoke. Unexpected Assistance. There's Temporal Cleansing to put something on top of their library. But so this this card is gross. Take it. This one I'm going to put as an... For now, I'm going to put it as an... I'm going to put it as an A+. I don't think it's an S tier bomb, but like... I'm going to put it as an A+ for now. There is removal that deals with it, thank goodness. The 4 toughness is relevant, but there is a common in black that we saw, 4 counters on target creature, that will take care of it. There's a common in red that will take care of it for 5 damage here. Feed the Flames. There's, if they blight, the Cinder Strike common will also take care of it. The green has a bunch of punch spells that, you know, provided you have a bigger green creature, will take care of it. And the white has enchantment-based removal that can exile it, but the white is actually going to have a little bit more trouble with it, I think, because... oops, sorry, hold on. The pacifism, right? You got to be able to exile the enchanted creature, so that'll work a little bit. Mana value 3 or greater, Pyrrhic Strike, and the uncommon... I wasn't looking at the uncommon slots for now, but like Liminal Hold will deal with it. But there is artifact and enchantment removal. Yeah. We're not going to look at the uncommons removal for it, yeah. But again, I think this is, you know, it doesn't exactly have to be answered the turn it comes into play. So I'm going to go with A+, right, for this one. Ajani Outland Chaperone, 3 mana planeswalker with 3 loyalty, which it used to be in the past. That used to be very good. I don't know how this is today. It does one of the things that you always want a planeswalker to do, which is it protects itself slightly. It creates a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature with +1 loyal to its loyalty. Which it protects itself a little. It doesn't protect itself from flyers. So obviously if this were a flying Kithkin, that would make it even safer. The -2 to deal 4 damage to target tapped creature is probably relevant with this set. I think this is also like a decent card. I think it's still an A. I don't think it's anywhere near an S tier bomb or an A+. I think it's good. But I don't think it's ridiculous. In this set, it might be stronger just because we have so many things with 4 or fewer toughness. I think it's really bad against green, necessarily, potentially. And like vivid decks. But yeah, I'm going to start off giving this just an A. We'll see how it goes. Brigid. This is really exciting for EDH. For your tokens decks, it's fantastic. So basically, it comes into play. It's 3 mana for 4 power and 3 toughness across 2 bodies, which is already quite nice for 3 mana. And then you can transform it. All right, this version will not let me transform it. So we're going to transform it over here. So if you transform this card, it becomes a Gaia's Cradle plus a green, or Gaia's Cradle plus a white, where X is the number of other creatures you control. It doesn't add only... It's not really Gaia's Cradle because it's not X green or X, green here. But you get the idea. It's X equal to the number of creatures you control, which is X mana, and then a green or X and a white. So this is a stupid card for a deck that goes wide. And it already starts you going wide because it gives you 2 creatures on entry. So, good card. I think it does everything you want to do as a rare. I think it's a good A. It could graduate to an A+, except that I think that white-green does want to cast some big guns. The green side of that wants to cast some big guns. So, yeah. I think I'm going to start with an A on this one as well. Okay. Champion. Okay, so this is one of the champions, and one of the things that we need to know about the champions is that they are very vulnerable to counter magic, so you really don't want to cast this when your opponent has a counterspell available, like counterspell mana. And because it's other, like basically behold a Kithkin and exile it, right, as an additional cost, right, means that you are going to, if this spell is countered, you're going to lose that exiled card permanently. Because this creature hasn't even entered the battlefield yet. So it's not about this creature leaving the battlefield for this to happen. So you do need to keep that in mind. The fact that this one has flash makes it much easier to do when the opponent is tapped out. So I do think that this is one of the stronger ones for that reason. Slightly less risky. So the behold things are a little bit, also just a little bit wonky because you have to have another Kithkin. Now that's not super hard necessarily to do, but there are some circumstances in which this will not be castable. So you have to keep that in mind. Doc Dodger, thank you so much for the prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support of the stream. So, so this is just a really important thing to keep in mind. I remember we talked about, can you counter a spell with this card? No. But if this spell is countered, you're in a world of pain. So, so that's one of the things that we were talking about when we were looking at, here, I'm going to open this in the new tab and I'm going to show you, advanced text. So this is Nova Chaser from the original Lorwyn. It's a 10-2 trample, and this is what this card is harkening back to, this lovely champion of the Klachen? I don't actually know how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but I do apologize anyway. All right, Nova Chaser is a 4-mana 10-2 trample, and you champion an elemental. And this was a series of things: champion an elf, champion an elemental, champion a goblin, etc. And so what happened here was it would enter the battlefield, and then you would remove another elemental from the game. You would exile another elemental, and then when this leaves play, that card returns to play, right? It says, right? Or you would sacrifice this if there were no elementals to do, to sacrifice. So this card is more vulnerable to like removal, in terms of like, if you have only one other elemental in play and you put this into play and they kill the other elemental in response to the trigger, then this must be sacrificed. So this is a little bit more vulnerable to that, but it wasn't vulnerable to counter magic. I mean, insofar as any spell is vulnerable to counter magic, it is, but like, you would just lose this spell. You wouldn't lose the other thing as well. So as opposed to this, you lose both things. If this is countered, you will exile that we will have exiled that Kithkin as an additional cost, and then this will be countered and that Kithkin remains exiled. So you really want to be careful with these champions, and there are more of them. So let me show you another champion. Champions of the Shoal here is the merfolk one, right? Behold a merfolk and exile it, right? Exile a merfolk that you control or a merfolk card from your hand. If this gets countered, you lose both. And this one doesn't have flash. So again, you just have to be very careful when you do this. But like this one having flash makes it a little bit even less vulnerable to counter magic because you can just flash it in after they've tapped out. But again, you have to be really careful when you cast these. Just there is a decent amount of counter magic in this format, so you really want to be careful. So this is a format of 4/5 flash, which does have this additional cost. So again, your deck has to have a large number of Kithkin for you to feel comfortable understanding that you can put this into play, that you can actually cast this. So you really want to make sure that there's a preponderance of Kithkin in your deck, that the majority like of creatures that you control, like at least, you know, 7 or 8, right? Probably is the way to guarantee being able to cast this. It's just really important to be able to do so. And so that means you're going to need more Kithkin. Yeah. Other Kithkin you can show, it's a Kithkin Lord, and when this creature leaves the battlefield, you get that card back. So the problem is that the one Kithkin that you draw along with it may be among your best, right? And the only other, like the one that you draw for a while. So again, you just want lots of Kithkin in a deck with this. So the champions have purposely been made super strong so that if you... They've purposely been made super strong because they have this potential downside, and because in limited sometimes you just don't have the preponderance of, you know, that type, that kindred type that you really want. So again, running these, right, the best time to get a champion is when you're already in that type. When you already have a lot of a preponderance of that type already. Now, you can take it early and prioritize as well as, you know, as you can. But again, these are a little bit, the champions were always a bit of a risk. So the, give me 1 second, champion and elf. This card, Ren's Run Packmaster. This card was so freaking strong, and there were so many elves that it did not matter that, you know, like you were almost always going to have an elf, like at the time. And then for 3 mana to just poop out a green wolf creature token was absolutely stupid. And 5/5 got around most of the removal in the set. So it's contextual when this is, you know, going to happen. When this is going to be amazing. So again, so we these are risks. Anything that has Behold is a risk, because if you draw this on an empty hand and an empty board, you can't play it, and you're stuck. If you draw this when the only Kithkin you have is already very good, right? This is just going to be a 4/5 flash, which is still good, right? But not that exciting. If you draw and if you draw this and you have only one Kithkin and they counter this, your entire world is ending. So like this is like it's a risk, and for that reason I'm going to give this champion and the others A minuses, maybe even B pluses, because again, there's a lot of counter magic in the format. You have to be careful with them. The situation around them has to be right. You have to have a preponderance of that particular type. You have to have at least one of them in your hand or on the board, they have to not have a counter spell, and you have to be careful when you play them. So again, it's just not just like slam this, get value, right? Slam this, get a little bit of, like, not as much value as this, but still value, right? Slam this, get value. So this is not quite the same. There's too much going on for that to be the case. So I'm going to give it an A minus/B plus for that reason. It is better than the other ones just because it has flash. That is key. It is very much better than the other ones because it has flash. So I do think I might be undervaluing them somewhat. It might be super easy to get these things, and to do that, but just because they are situational, they are not as good as some of the rares that we've had in the past, and up here. So that's the complexity of these champions in this format. So Curious Colossus. Ugh. This is permanent. This is not until end of turn. So this is a 7 mana. By the way, in EDH, this is poop on one person. Just dump crap all over one person. In limited, this is pretty cool. So this is kind of an Overwhelming Splendor, but with Coward, right? So Overwhelming Splendor looks like this. It was an 8 mana card, and enchant player. Creatures enchanted player controls lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 1/1. That means that any future creatures they put into place also have that. And enchanted player can't activate abilities that aren't mana abilities or loyalty abilities. It was a super fun card. So if you're looking for something, you know, to do horribly and again poop on one player, there you go. But this is reminiscent of that, but the coward thing is really fun because we had this old Boldweir Intimidator here, right? From Morningtide and Future Sight. Cowards can't block warriors, and it could turn things into cowards. This is sort of a giant theme. So it's funny that they become a coward in addition to the other types and has base power and toughness 1/1. So they're making that work with the giant stuffs. I think this is a great sort of, unless your opponent has gone wide and is in the kith, can like go wide and like, you know, Goblin, Kithkin, or Merfolk deck and gone super wide, this should stop your opponent's, you know, aggression for a while, hopefully. But again, if you're very low on life and your opponent has gone wide, this isn't going to help you that much because they're still going to be able to attack into it with their things, lose one, and then still do enough damage in theory. So depending on how slow this format is, this card gets better or worse. If it's slow, this card gets great. If it's not slow, this card is not necessarily going to save you. So, that said, I think it's probably worth running. And I think that, especially if you can ramp it out, that's crazy. I think green-white wants this most because green has the most ramp. So I do think it's worth running. I think because of the 7 cost, it's probably going to be an A/A+ as opposed to an S tier card. But it seems like fun. I like it. This is a stupid card. Slam this freaking card. Slam this card. This is an S tier bomb. This one I knew about because it was one of the early ones. Spoil. This is Erdu, Carrier of Dawn. It's a 5-mana 5/5 flying lifelink. Which statistically has never been a problem. No, creatures after this are not affected. That's what the difference is between Overwhelming Splendor and Colossus. Creatures cast after this, it's only the creatures they control all at the time that this enters the battlefield and the trigger resolves. It is not a one-sided humility like this is. Because this is a constant effect here. This is just the one time. So, the losing abilities is nice. And again, so but like I said, this is still like an A. Could be an A+ if the format is really slow. But yeah, this one's Slam. Flying Lifelink 5/5. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. That can help you tap things down. If you get the combination of this and the Adept, Lord help your opponent. Okay. Now, technically, the more valuable side of this card is actually the other side in Limited for the most part. Because after 5, it's a little bit less important that you ramp with this Convoke, although you may want to tap things down, like I said. But the other side of this is Isilu, Carrier of Twilight, which is a 5/5 flying lifelinker, but each other non-token creature you control has Persist, which means when it dies, if it didn't have -1/-1 counters on it, it's coming back. It'll have a -1/-1 counter on it when it comes back, but it's coming back. So this is the sort of more valuable side for Limited. That doesn't mean that you don't run this card even when you're not in black. You still, but it is great if you can do both. Remember, though, that you cannot cast the black side of this. Ever. Ever. You can't cast that side. This is the only side you can cast, so you must have this in a white deck, or a deck that can at least produce white mana. So just remember that. And remember also, at the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay black if you do transform it. This is not something that you will automatically happen. It is not something that you can do more than once per turn, right? at this specific trigger of the beginning of your first main phase. So you may play this card and then you may not transform it until your next turn at the first main phase. At the beginning of it, you can pay. So there's this, before you've cast anything else. So remember that that's how these transforming things work. The same thing for that lovely Brigid, okay? At the beginning of your first main phase, you will, when you cast this card, you will have already passed the beginning of your first main phase. So you cannot transform this the turn it comes into play. Unless you have some card that reads transform this, which I haven't seen yet, so yarp. So this is a slam, this is an S tier, it's great, as far as I've seen. Kin binding. So this is kind of what they did. It looks like this is kind of what they did to try to fix Cathar's Crusade and the bullshit that happens with that. So this is, for those of you who are going wide in any sort of white deck, this is a card that you will probably want to run. But fair warning, it will be hellish to keep track of the triggers a lot of the time. And you will need mucho dice. Lots and lots, a metric fuck ton, one might say, of dice. With counters. So, this is a 5-mana enchantment that reads, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So if you are putting lovely little Brigid into play, you get 2 counters on each creature you control. But yeah. But if you are putting, if you have a token doubler, yeah, it gets very dumb very quickly. And so they tried to fix this sort of craziness. Also, by the way, great artwork by Karl Kopinski there. If they're trying to fix that with this card here, they've been trying to fix it also with the Unfinity card Starlight Spectacular as well. So at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose creatures you control one at a time until each creature you control has been chosen. Each of those creatures gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature chosen before it. It's kind of a similar idea where you're like, okay, but things don't have to enter the battlefield with at least Starlight Spectacular. You just, so like if you have, okay, I have 5 creatures, right? I choose the one, there's nothing before it. Choose the second, that one gets +1/+1. Choose the third, that one gets +2/+2. Choose the fourth, that one gets +X/X. Now remember, this is a really cheap card. This is only 38 cents. Now Cathar's Crusade has been reprinted, but it's still $4. So if you really want a budget version of the Cathars, grab the Starlight. This is a completely Commander legal card, so it's got the round symbol, not the acorn. So grab it if you're interested in mass pump. So kin binding here. Creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures that enter the battlefield under your control this turn. So again, this is trying not to do like, this is only +X/+X until end of turn, right? Yeah, enters your control into this turn, because the next turn, if you haven't played a creature yet, nothing will happen. So, but at the beginning of combat on your turn, it's going to poop out a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. So by definition, even if you haven't played anything else, your creatures are going to get +1/+1 on your turn at the beginning of combat. So that's pretty sweet. And if you've played anything else, it might be a lot more. So this is a really cool enchantment, especially for a deck that's gone wide. But it's also a way to go wide. So I really think this is pretty sweet. I'm gonna go with A/A+. I think it's an A, but it can graduate. I just think 5 mana for a 1/1 with +1/+1 across the board, one turn might not be enough to really put it to the A+ mark. But it's very close. And so it might be in this format that it is. So we'll see. This card, I'm so excited about for Commander. You have no idea. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is Kinscare Sentry, and it is so freaking cool. Number 1, it's a 2/2 for 2 with first strike and lifelink. That's already good. That's already, kin binding goes in the Anim Pakal. Yeah. Anything that has like, so Anim Pakal, anything that's pooping out tokens, So for everybody who's wondering, Name Pakal is this card, but you could also do with your battles. Do this, right? When it's entered, create 4/1 of anything that poops out creature tokens, right? Enters with 3+1/+1 counters. When it enters attack, create this equal to its power, right? Create 3. Like, there's so many things that poop out tokens really well that, you know, this is just a lovely card for Commander. Like, it's so lovely. In Limited, it's going to be a like, hopefully, you know, it's going to be good, but it's a little bit less crazy because you may not have had time to, like, poop it out early, or when you might have run out of stuff to do a little bit. So, but again, it always gives you a little bit of extra help. So I do like it. So Kinscare to Sentry is so cool. 2/2 first strike lifelink. Sure. Like for 1 and a white, you know, you can splash this. This is crazy. So I love this card. I think it's fantastic for ADH, especially in a deck that is token generations, because this is first strike lifelink. Whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking, where X is the number of attacking creatures I control. So my Risk the Redeem deck is a populate deck, and it is nutty, and it wants both Bridget and this, because this allows you to just poop out that, like, Craterhoof Behemoth on, as long as you're attacking with 8 creatures, which is really easy to do very early with a dedicated populate deck. But this is just really sweet whenever this creature attacks. So you can, if it doesn't have a profitable attack to start with, you can, it should have a profitable attack on turn 2 or 3, depending. But you know, you should be able to, you know, put out a couple creatures, or, you know, on turn 4 or something, and you can hold this back until it's profitable to attack and, like, put a 5/5 onto play. Tapped and attacking. It's just a great card. I really like this card. It's not an S tier bomb, but it is a good A+. I really like this card. This is a really nice card. Okay. Morningtide's Light is definitely going into my Flicker deck. It is nutty for your Flicker decks. But I also think this is a stupid card in this format because there's so many things with ETBs, and your prevent all damage that would be dealt to you is so crazy. Yeah, Moonshaker Cavalry if you don't have green, absolutely. Anything really, there's so many different mass pump effect, like giant creatures that would be good to put this in, you know, use to the Kinscare to put into play. But Morningtide's Light is absolutely nutty. So this is sort of a semi-Teferi's protection in Limited, because it is unlikely that people are going to mill you out in Limited, and it's unlikely that, so the preventing damage is all that needs to be done, instead of, like, you know, your life total can't change, or, like, you know, and you can't be targeted, your stuffs can't be targeted, like your library. So, this is going to stop, like, opponent's going to swing for the win, and you're going to be like, haha, I'm not here now. Oh wait, no, it's sorcery. It's sorcery. I'm completely, okay, sorry, I just read this card for the first time. It's a sorcery. Interesting. Maybe this isn't going in that deck. Anyway, so one of the things that you can do is, if you see that your opponent is sort of going to win the next turn, you can buy yourself some time and get extra value out of your ETB effects by doing this. So you exile any number of target creatures of your own, right? In this case, I'll talk about the other case next. And at the beginning of the next end step, return those cards to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. Until your next turn, prevent all damage that will be dealt to you and exile this. So basically what you can do in this is get a lot of value out of, like, you know, ETB stuff, like the, you can reset this, for example, make all their creatures 1/1s. You can get poop out another 1/1 green token, green and white token, etc. And then you can make sure that, you know, their next attack will not be profitable. The one after that might be, but their next attack will not be profitable. So this is an interesting way to gain value. If you have 4 mana and then you have a Wrath, it's interesting. It's not only Fog, but, like, so the other case is that you can exile any number of their creatures. Exiling any number of their creatures means that their tokens are gone. So that is actually quite nice. So if you come up against a token-based deck, right? if they've had a little time with this and you need those 3/1/1 green white, I mean, obviously if they had a little time with this, you're probably dead, but but if you exile all of those green and white Kithkin creature tokens, their board is significantly smaller. At the beginning of the next end step, return those cards to the battlefield tapped under those owner's control. It doesn't matter. So, yeah. Now, and the final instance is if you know you can win, you can remove every single piece of blocking ability that they have. You can exile all of their creatures, swing for the win, and be done with it. So there are a lot of use cases for this, even though it is a sorcery. So it's so March of Swirling Mist and things like this, right? Up to X target creatures phase out is a similar idea, except you had to scale the X to the number of creatures that they have. This just says 4 mana they can't block. So, this is going to be really rough for a lot of games where you're just like, I navigated the game, and then, oh, wow. But you do have to be set up to win at that point. Because they will get their creatures back if you haven't won. They will get the ETBs on those creatures to happen again. Yeah. So it's just worth understanding that. Now, that said, they get the creatures back, tapped, they'll untap if they're still alive, and that turn, until your next turn, they can't actually, swing back at you. So it is a big tempo swing, no matter what, even if you can't kill them. So I have a feeling this is still an S tier. Well, yeah, I have a feeling this is still an S tier card given its versatility. It could be A+, but I have a feeling this is going to end a lot of games. I really feel like this is going to end a lot of games. So, I mean, again, if you're really far behind, I don't know that it will. But it does buy you time. Yeah, the floor is a bad time walk, exactly. So, I think it's good. I'm going to say it's good. I'm... always take this with a grain of salt, listen to what other people have to say, see how it plays out in actual gameplay, but I think this one is pretty sick, even as a sorcery. Damn, that's a thing. I think I still might put it in my ETB deck. Anyway, Rhys the Evermore. So Rhys is back. Oh yeah, and also stunning art. So 2 mana 2/2 flash, Elf Warrior. When it enters, another target creature you control gains persist until end of turn. You can pay 1 white and tap it to remove any number of counters from target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Fascinating. Okay. All right. Notably, for being an elf creature type, most of the elves are black and green, so it doesn't necessarily aid your black-green deck that much. Snap by Thanos, exactly. I was thinking that too, actually, when I saw this art. I was like, dang, we got some flower petals and shit. But, I also don't know why it's... Is it a ghost? Like, what's happening here? Why is it going away with this, anyway. I don't understand what's happening necessarily because it's doing stuff and it's still a creature. So what's going on there? Is it part of the elemental in the background? Because that elemental looks like this one here. Erdu. Yeah, it's definitely Erdu in the background. But anyway, so this is really strong because it allows you to not only get a 2/2 flash blocker, which is, sometimes just all you need to change the tempo of the game, but another target creature you control gains persist until end of turn. So if it would be dealt, lethal damage, or if it would be destroyed, you just get it back with a -1/-1 counter on it. You can then pay the white and tap the wrist to remove that counter, so that's cool. But you can also use this to remove the counters, all of the counters from, for example, this 2 mana 4/4. Generally, this one has like value to the removing the counters itself, so that's probably not a great idea. But removing this to like, this comes in as a 2/1, so technically just getting a 2 mana 4 is kind of nice. Actually, but it would still enter with the 3/1/1 counters on it. So, but again, so you don't want it to die. You just want to do this part to it. So, the remove any number of counters. So that seems fine. I think this is a fine card. I think it's probably an A-/A. I don't think it's like ridiculous, but I think it's fine. It does protect a creature. Yeah, I think A-A is good. I think it's more on the par with like the Kinscare and the Rigid. I mean, yeah. These are hard to rank right now just because I don't know how fast the format is. But Slumbering Walker, 5 mana 4/7, enters with 2/1/1 counters on it. So it is a 2/5 on 5. At the beginning of your end step, you remove a counter from this creature. When you do, return target creature card with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It goes in a lot of decks in this, and white and white combinations. So that's pretty sweet. I like this card. I think this is a good A- card. I think this is nice. Winnowing, 6 mana, Convoke. For each player, you choose a creature that player controls. Then each player sacrifices all other creatures they control that don't share a creature type with a chosen creature they control. Oh, a situational tragic arrogance or whatever it is. Something like, now this one does all the permanents, but you can choose one creature to keep from each side. So it's that Elspeth where'd she go? Where's the one that chooses from the... Oh no, it's not Elspeth. It's the other white planeswalker. It's the Wanderer. Where's the other what's the other emperor called? Dang it. Eternal Wanderer. There it is. Okay, so here, right? Exile up to... So for each player, choose a creature that player controls. Each player sacrifices all creatures they control not chosen this way. Hey, it's your girl Summer. How you doing? Choose a creature that player controls. Each player sacrifices all creatures they control not chosen this way. This one has the caveat that that don't share a creature type with the chosen creature they control. So, for example, this is going to be really bad if they have a preponderance of merfolk and you need to remove one of their merfolk, right? If they only have merfolk on the board and you remove one of their merfolk, it's only going to remove that one merfolk. The rest of them are going to stick around because they share a creature type with that merfolk. So, given that this this set encourages the kindred/typal synergies so much, this could not be a great wrath for 6 mana. Your creatures can convoke, which is nice. I think the best this will probably do is get the like the Vivid decks going. There are going to be some times where it gets a bunch of other creatures. Like, again, not everybody's going to be able to create the most not everybody's going to be able to create the most synergistic typal deck, kindred deck. Their changelings are going to survive no matter what, because their changelings will always be the same type as the creature that they sacrificed. You sacrifice the creatures that don't share a creature type with the chosen creature. So basically, let's say that I have this on the board and a bunch of other merfolk. If somebody uses this Wrath to kill this Regere, all my other merfolk survive. Anything that's not a merfolk on my board will be sacrificed. But changelings by definition are merfolk, so they will not be sacrificed. So this is interesting. This is great in EDH, I think, against non-typal decks, kindred decks, but But yeah. I think I know what you're asking. If they have a changeling on the board and you choose antelope, then they have to, so if yeah, actually this works very well. Okay, I see what you're talking about. I think I see what you're talking about. I think I see what you were meaning to say. So basically, if they have a changeling on the board like this one here, I'm gonna go back to this. So let's say they have let me just say they have no, I can't do that one. I'll laugh my ass off. I need a different changeling. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here's a changeling. Let's say they have this on the board, right? And you want to wipe their board. You can target that changeling, right? Choose that changeling. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It does not work. You're not naming a type. You just choose a type. No, it works the way I originally said it. No. Okay. Then each player sacrifices all the creatures that they control that don't share a creature type with the chosen creature. If you choose a changeling, they're going to keep their entire board. In addition to, yeah, you're good. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what you meant, but no. If you choose a changeling for you, yes, you can keep all your stuff. All your face up creatures. If you choose your changeling. But yeah. So this is obviously best if you have a changeling and and you don't choose their changeling. Never choose their changeling, because that thing has all creature types, and again, all their other creatures will share a creature type with that creature. You're not naming a creature type as you cast the spell, so it's not like that. So this is a sort of high upside, low downside, high ceiling, low threshold, low floor thing. So if they have some, like, one creature of a specific type, then you can wipe their board. So yeah, I'm gonna give it an A-. I think it's worth it to try it out, certainly. I think it's worse in this set than most, just because this set does reward having many creatures of the same type. But you can probably get rid of a couple creatures. And the one that, hopefully. Hopefully. Again, like I said, I think we give it an A-. I think you can run it. Again, I think there's going to be situations where it's not great. In fact, where it's awful. But I think there are going to be a lot of situations where you do get 2 or 3 creatures off their board. And maybe most. We'll see. Champions of the Shoal. I might actually... I'll have to reevaluate that one later. Champions of the Shoal. Same thing that we talked about with that other champion. But let's just read the card. 4/6. Whenever this creature enters, it becomes tapped. Tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. That's extremely strong. But I won't bore you with everything we said about the champions before. All of that still goes for this one. And even more so because it doesn't have flash. Disruptor of Currents. 5 mana 3/3 flash Convoke. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So it's 1 other target non-land permanent. So not just creature, it's not a mana war. And it has flash Convoke, and your merfolk generally like being tapped down and have value that way. It seems good to me. Seems pretty crazy. I think this is an A tier card. I think it's quite good in limited. I don't think Constructed's gonna have as much to do with it, but that's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Flitterwing Nuisance. I like this card. This one I did see when we were doing our Magic Ink podcast. We did a Magic Ink podcast that's just been released. That's all of us talking for 2.5 hours about the cool possibilities of Lorwyn for Commander. So check that out when you get the chance, if you feel like it. If you feel like hearing people talk about it. And we get progressively sillier as the night goes on, so it's it's pretty awesome. And we didn't even cover like everything we all wanted to cover, but it was good. That's not Invasion. This isn't Invasion Submersible. It's got Convoke. That's way better. And it's Flash. This card is way better than Invasion Submersible. And Invasion Submersible was very good, but this is nutty. Flitterwing Nuisance, 1 mana, flying 2/2. So it enters with a -1/-1 counter on it. So it's a 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, which is not bad to start with. Like, that's fine. It's a relevant creature type in terms of fairy. You can pay 2 and a blue, remove a counter from this creature. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker this turn, draw a card. That is so nice. It's so stupid, Reload Ray. I hate it. But what you can do is put a minus in front of T equals CR, and it will flip them. You just have to remember to do it. Minus T equals CR, because it does the reverse. It puts the creatures on the top like we all prefer. I have been meaning to write a freaking angry letter. Be a magic Karen and be like, I would like to have this reversed, please. But yeah. So this one, right? I really like this card because can you give +1/+1 counters to remove the -1 counters to prevent abilities? There are very few things in this that give +1/+1 counters. But yes, if you were able to, I need to speak to your manager, yeah. If you were able to do so, it would remove the counter. So for anybody who's new to counters in Magic, a long time ago, it used to be that you would put the counters, when I was little, okay, I'm so old, but when I was little, you would put the number of counters on a creature that it had. So if it had 4 +1/+1 counters and 3 -1/-1 counters, you'd then add up the difference each time. But they did away with that. And they made it such that if you have a +1/+1 counter and a -1/-1 counter placed on a creature, right? So let's say you had the +1/+1 counter first and a -1/-1 counter is placed on that creature, they eliminate each other as a state-based action. Which means that you can no longer, like, if that creature has no counters then afterwards, you can't proliferate anymore on that creature. Does that make sense? So it's, you've wandered in for the accounting discussion. Yes, exactly. You're welcome, Reload. But basically, these days, so any +1, -1 counters that exist on the same creature will, as a state-based action, cancel each other out and disappear. So if this creature were given a +1/+1 counter, which is what Manoslide is saying, it would be a 2/2. It would have no counters on it. It would no longer have the ability, unless further counters were placed on it, to pay 2 and a blue to activate that ability. So there aren't in this set any a lot of +1/+1 counters that I've seen. There are ways to remove counters, and there are ways to put -1/-1 counters on, but I haven't seen a lot of +1/+1 counters. Again, we're only in the blue of the rare, but we have gone through all the commons and uncommons, and I don't remember, again, there may be 1 or 2, but I don't remember them, so. This is a really nice card, because what it means is on a turn where you can at least hit for 1 or 2 creatures, right, you get to draw, right, 2 cards. So not only is this great in my fairy deck for EDH, but this is a good limited card, in my opinion, right? So you get a turn with your lovely, curiosity effect. So, and you can time it. And in the beginning, it's even a 1/1, right, flyer. Not useless late and not useless early. I really like it. I think it's a great card. I'm going to give it an A-/A. Just a really solid, fine card. Not super exciting, but, good. Glen Elendra Guardian. So this is their attempt to fix Glen Elendra Archmage, which is this lovely card from Eventide. It's a 4 mana 2/2 flyer. You can pay 1 blue and sacrifice it to counter target non-creature spell, but it has persist, so it's going to come back as a 1/1, and you can do it again. So, that's a thing. So, this is pretty cool. This is not combat tutorial slapped on a flyer at all. Because you can only hit, if you're saying this is an evasive creature, it's only going to hit with one creature and do that. Like, it might be it's a scaling thing for a turn when you can actually hit. So, combat tutorial draws 2 cards. Yeah, anyway. And requires a creature to be on the battlefield. Okay, anyway, sorry. So 3 mana, 3/4 flash flyer. This creature enters with a -1/-1 counter on it. And then you can pay 1 in a blue, which is not just a blue, to remove a counter from this creature, counter target non-creature spell, and its controller draws a card. They were trying to make this card more acceptable for... they were nerfing this card, basically. Because this card was great. Oh my god, it's... it's still like $9. Damn. It was just reprinted. Oh no, it wasn't that recently, was it? Yeah, no. Whoa, Commander had it, and then okay. Yeah, this card is gross. Galenalendra, Archmage. So they're just trying to make it a little bit fixed. But the cool thing about this card is I actually think it's better in Limited. By far. Because it's a 3 mana 3/4 flash flyer. Who the hell cares? Like 2/3 flash flyer. Who the hell cares? It's so good. And then, right, you can make it bigger into a 3/4 by threatening to stop, their removal for it. I think it's fantastic. So yes, you give them a card, but giving somebody a card in Limited, unless it's cube, is not as dangerous as giving somebody a card in Constructed. So, and we can also blight it to recharge to make sure that we can counter target non-creature spell in the future as well. So it's really sweet. I love this card. I think it's an A. I think it's really good. Oh god, stop. No, not now. Mwah, I love you. Not now. You already had so many treats. Like, I know he wants a treat and cuddles, but he's gotten so many cuddles today and a ton of treats. So, me. Hey, everybody, how you doing? The Void Beast says hi too. Boy. Okay. But yes, I think this card is great. So grab that. Oh no, I am so sorry. Are you gonna be okay? Is there anything we can send you or something? Like, are you on good drugs? Like, pain meds and stuff? Decongestant, if that's what's needed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, he's not taking no for an answer. Oh, cold. I'm so sorry. Yeah, decongestants and stuff. So I'm so sorry. And like Tylenol for headaches and stuff. Hi. Sorry for the delay, the cat delay. Hopefully we'll get some kitty ASMR in here. Okay. Is that good? I'll give you a treat. All right. Some kitty purr for all of you. Haldir says hi. He gets a treat. The good part is he's still the right weight, so... Alright, let's take a look at whatever this is. Oh, Lord. Okay. This kitty is very spoiled, yes. So, He is very precious. He's a sweet boy when he wants treats. No, he's a really sweet cat. He's also just it twits sometimes. I love him to bits. Okay. Yeah, I same as me too. Let's see. So this is Glen Elendra's answer. It's a 4-mana instant. This spell can't be countered. So it can't be countered itself. Counter all spells your opponents control and all abilities your opponents control. Create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying for each spell and ability countered this way. So this is more for constructed than it is for limited. The main thing, so one of the things that used to be, this was an answer for Storm. They created a bunch of answers for Storm at one point. Mind Break Trap was one of them, 4 mana, but if an opponent casts 3 or more spells, you can pay 0. Exile any number of target spells on the stack, basically. They also created Flusterstorm. First in Commander, the original Commander set printed, 2011. Counter target instant or sorcery spell unless its controller pays 1. Storms, you were going to counter all of theirs as well. There is, I forget, it was Sudden something. No, maybe not. There were a few others that did some interesting counter multiple stuff. I have done the midweek printout challenge. We just like crushed it. We just went 3-0, like just with our kind of mediocre blue-white deck. We got lucky, in my opinion. But yeah, so this spell, right? A 4-mana counter spell that creates a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. You're almost never going to be able to counter 2 things in limited. It's just very rare that people are doing 2 things at once, like putting an ability on the stack and casting a spell at the same time. So this is just not that strong in limited, and it's more of a constructed card. That said, you can still run it, right? A 4-mana counter spell that can't be countered itself is a fine card. So, like, create a 1/1 blue and black fairy token as well. Not awful getting a body. So, I think it's fine for a card. It's just not exciting at all. Like, I think this is a B or B plus card in limited. But that's the thing, is very rarely are people in limited. It's the only chance is, yeah, exactly. It's like, if opponent is doing like something like when you cast, exactly. That is the usual thing you're gonna get 2. It would be so nice to get 2. There are things that do that. So obviously you can counter the first main phase thing there. That's just one thing. Let's go for the commons on commons. I think that's where we're gonna find it most. So this, right? You can actually stop both the casting of the mana value 4 or greater and this trigger. So the 4 or greater stuff, right? That's often going to be your best thing to counter and actually get 2 fairy tokens reliably. Yeah, like the rhyme speaker, like the four stuff I think is the most likely a thing. You can also counter the, okay, actually I'm not going to scroll up the whole way. Hold on. Here, let's just go back to the rares here. You can also... No, that's not going to be a triggered ability. Never mind. I was thinking you could do something. Yeah, there's a few things you can counter that are worth it at 4, but not that many to get 2 of these. So I do think it's a fine card to play. I just don't think it's exciting for the most part. And I think you're often going to just have to use it to counter one spell and just be like, okay, I get a 1/1 on flyer and that's worth it. So it's interesting. I think probably it's a B+ still, or A-, like maximum. It's fine. It's not great. And yeah. Just because 4 mana for counter a spell and get a 1/1 blue flyers is not the maximum we can do these days with rares and mythics. Just not gonna lie. Like, so, because I am rating this based on like other cards as well. It's not always just like it's not a vacuum. So we are trying to see, okay, well, this is not as strong a mythic as X, Y, or Z, right? So Harmonized Crescendo, 6 mana, instant Convoke, choose a creature type, draw a card for each permanent you control of that type. Again, if you have a deck that is very well tuned to the synergy of this kindred and typal stuffs, right? If you have like a pure Merfolk deck, you can draw cards. And you can Convoke to make this cheaper to do so. Good card. Again, more on the level of this than it is than the others that we've seen. So again, like an A-/B+. Good card, just not super crazy. Lochmare. 2 mana 4/5 with 3 -1/1 counters on it, so it enters as a 1/2. You can pay a 1 and a blue to remove a counter from this creature, draw a card. 2 and a blue to remove 2 counters from this creature, tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. That seems okay. Obviously it dies to like all the common removal, like all of it, the first turn. So you have to be just a little bit careful. So again, we've seen in black, we've seen the -2/2 here, Auntie's Sentence. We've seen 4 -1/1 counters. We've seen 2 -1 counters on each creature, which would kill it the next turn, obviously, before it could get the value. Unless you cast it later. Like, unless you... I'm just saying if you cast it on turn 2. That's what I'm saying here. We're looking at that situation. If you cast it later and can instantly do things, that's pretty cool. So to be 4 mana, 2/3, draw a card, which, again, we can do better than that these days in Limited, I think. But the fact that it can then have more later is pretty good. It's just not, you know, A+ tier at all. So we also have, of course, Boulder Dash. We have Cinder Strike. We have the 5 damage spell here, right? So there's so many ways that we can get rid of that. We got punches. We've got, yeah. So it's just quite vulnerable for this, what it's doing here. So if you pay 6 mana, you get a 4/5 and draw 2. I think that's its best case scenario. Yeah, I'm gonna give this an A-. I think it's good. I think it's quite good. I just don't think it's crazy. People don't usually like to use removal on the 1/2 though, but you know, just based on the removal I've seen, I'm gonna currently give it with an A-. I think it could graduate to an A if depending on how this set plays. This is a stupid card. Saw this one. This one's dumb and it's adorable, so it's perfect. No notes. No notes. Look at this. I have seen this one. This one is making the rounds as just going to be absolutely dumb and going to win so many games in Limited. So basically, here we have each non-land permanent you control, not just your creatures. Each non-land permanent you control becomes a copy of target non-aura permanent forever. So you can be like, nice creature over there. Like, you don't want to copy a legendary thing, okay? Unless it, because remember, like, for example, if you copy Atali, you're not getting the ETB triggers. They're just becoming copies of it. They're not actually entering the battlefield, right? So you're just going to lose them all because they're all legendary, right? You're going to lose all but one, right? So that's bad. Don't do that. Do not copy a legendary thing. However, right? What you can do, right, is, and remember, you can copy your own stuff, by the way. You can turn it into copies of your best creature, sure. Again, not legendary. Do not try anything with legendary on this, all right? So unless you already have mirror form in play, but even then it's bad because the mirror form itself will become a copy of the legendary creature and you'll lose everything anyway. So don't do that. Or mirror, whatever it was. Not mirror form, the box thing was it box? Mirror box. That's what it is. So again, this will become a copy. It will lose all of its abilities. It'll become a copy of the legendary creature, and then you'll lose it anyway. So don't think this is going to save you. So, but like your soul ring will become a copy of your best creature or your opponent's best creature, right? Maybe it'll get value on attacks. You like Tovolar's Huntmaster or something like that, right? Everything's a Tovolar's Huntmaster. I'm going to make 1,000,000 wolves. Things like that, right? This is crazy. So this is really, really stupid. And you should probably slam it. Even in limited. It's not going to be as strong as in Commander, of course. Beer and 8 drops, but it is still going to be fantastic. This is super, super cool. And it's an instant speed, chat. It's an instant speed, so you can just blow out an attack as well. This is so good. I even though, you know, it's conditional because you have to have like enough creatures on the board to make it work, right? And they have to have a good creature, or you have to have a good creature. There's a few things that have to go right, but they're so few and like so likely to be okay that I think that this is probably an S tier still. This is just so fun. It is so crazy. Damn. So again, non-aura, you that's also just a little tag on there. You can't copy an aura. You're not going to be like, oh, everything's a banishing light suddenly, because yeah. Also, they're still not entering the battlefield, so the trigger won't occur, but yeah. But this card is absolutely stupid. I believe if we look it up here, body form. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be $10 already for this one. It's very cute. Now that's pre-order prices, so it will go down as the set is opened. But this card is going to end so many EDH games. But it's really cute, so I can't get that mad. Yeah, a lot of big cheap creatures in the set that enter with -1 counters that is really nice to copy them, right? So for example, as we see, right, if you want to make everything a copy of the Encumbered Regiere, they're going to be copies of the 5/4, the base power and toughness. They're not going to be copies of the because it enters with, right? They're not entering. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's pretty sweet. And again, it counts for your steel leaf drum as well. So like, let's go back and here, previous, go down to the bottom, like spring leaf drum here, not steel. This one will become a 5/4, right? If you have this on the battlefield, it's still going to become that copy of that card that you were copying. It's pretty cool. All right. So, we know Oko is a fuckboy. We know this, right? And this always happens. This mess, right? This always happens. What doesn't always happen is what's going on in his pants. Because that has to be intentional. Like, you don't do that art without... That's intense for Magic. Magic doesn't usually do that. Magic does this. Magic does abs. Magic doesn't usually do this here, right there. I see you, Kai Carpenter. I see what you're doing. Moving on, I guess. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that in my Magic game where like, yes, let's introduce the little kids to this game and to this. All right. 3 mana, 3 loyalty planeswalker. So this is another one that can transform at the beginning of your first main phase. So you can +2 it. Up to 1 target creature gains all creature types. So it turns it into a changeling and doesn't end at end of turn. So it's just permanently gains all creature types, becomes a shapeshifter, etc. David Bowie's Codpiece in the Labyrinth. That's a fun one too. But codpieces are specifically intended to disguise and draw your attention, definitely. But there's no disguising going on here. I'm not. This one seems intended to have emphasized, in fact, the way the light is drawn. Like it is, in fact, like you're not hiding nothing there. This artist specifically went out of their way to light this in a particular way. Anyway, so yeah, you can make it into a big arrow, yeah. So you can make a creature into all creature types, a changeling. Okay, sure. Which means that your lords will then apply to it, which is nice. So again, if you have your lovely little Morkan's Loyalists, you can turn something into an elf that wasn't before, which gives you yet another, creature for, those synergies, etc. Elves in play or whatever. So it can give you something to champion as well for those champion cards. +1 target creature gets -2/-0 until your next turn. Okay, so that can protect it a little bit. So let's go and check out the transformed version. Transformed version has a leaf cod piece. Looks like I don't even know. So at the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay blue if you do transform it, so it can go back. -1, mill 3 cards. You can put a permanent card from among them into your hand. -3, create 2 3/3 green elk creature tokens. That's pretty epic. -6, choose a creature type. You gain you get an emblem with creatures you control of the chosen type, get +3/+3 and have vigilance and heck. Gross. Okay. So basically the normal pattern here will be to either +2/+1 here, right? Depends on what you need, right? If you already have a creature in play that you really need to turn into something, right? You give it all creature types and make this a 5. Or if they don't have enough pressure on the board to kill it at 5, you might try this, right? To get any damage into it. Or if they have a creature that's likely to be able to get in, you give it -2/-0, shrink it. Then you transform on the next turn and create 2 3/3 green elk creature tokens. That's likely going to be the most frequent play pattern with this card. And then you can transform it back and start adding more stuffs. So, and transforming your elks into all creature types. I believe it's on the battlefield. It's an effect that doesn't end. It gains all creature types, but it doesn't give it the ability that like permanently. It's not like a written on the card, right? So, in terms of like being in the graveyard, etc. Okay, moving away from penis dude. It's a good card. Take it. Sorry, I should just. You do want to be able to transform it, but there are ways to fix that we've seen in this thing. To run 3 colors is not too hard. So you can play the Changeling Wayfinder to go find another color of land. You can play this if you have to. You can play Springleaf Drum. You can play Evolving Wilds. And you can play this green Shimmer Wilds Growth, turn the land, make the land produce a different color. You can play Tend the Sprigs. Green has a lot of fixing as, overall, but you can also, just like I said, play this colorless Changeling Wayfinder, and you can play the Springleaf Drum and the Core, as well as, of course, this lovely Evolving Wilds. The Eclipsed Realm will not work on it. So, all right, moving along. Rhyme Fire Torque. Incoming ad break in like 58 seconds. Thank you so much for sticking around through it. It is the reason we have a stream. Really appreciate it. If you would like to avoid the ads, you can definitely subscribe for free with Prime. Give me Bezos bucks or with actual monies, and I really appreciate that too. But there are also a lot of other great streamers online, so you can also just like head over there and avoid the ads. I think if you keep me on the background, I think I still make the monies, but it is up to you. Rhyme Fire Torque, 2 mana. As this artifact enters, can choose a creature type. Whenever a permanent you control of the chosen type enters, put a charge counter on this. Remove 3 charge card. No, this is too long. Nope. Not for limited. This is not a limited card in my opinion. I'm sure somebody's gonna try and break it and do stuff. So like you could put choose a goblin and then put a couple goblins into play per turn and then eventually double in instant or sorcery. I just think that's too much going. You really, I think, want to be playing creatures and doing stuffs on 2 and then keep going. And you need 3 charge. Yeah, no. I'm gonna give this an F for now. Like, I just don't think it's worth running. I'm sure you can make it work, but it's gonna have you have to do work to do so. So Sunderflock. Okay. So here we go. So Sunderflock is a really cool payoff for having elementals in your deck, including changelings, okay? So this is a 9 mana spell, right? But a lot of your elementals, including the commons that we've seen, actually are quite pricey, but can be made cheaper. So for example, we have this like 7 mana thing here that costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. And so you can maybe play this on 4, right? If you have a 3-color deck. So if you played, 3 colors by 4, you can, like one of the signpost uncommons and another card, you can then cast this on 4, and then you can cast the other thing on 5. So Thunderflock, when this creature enters, if you cast it, return all non-elemental creatures to their owner's hand. So you're going to get to keep all your elementals, and they're going to get to keep all their elementals, but everything else goes bye-bye. Now, in this set, like, that's really fun for EDH. In this set, there's a lot of elementals, including changelings. I still think it's worth it. It's still a 5/5 flyer that you could get out for, fairly cheap with a little bit of work. It does take that little bit of work, so I'm still going to give it an A-/B+. I don't think you want necessarily multiples of it, but it does seem pretty fun. If you encounter an opponent playing also elementals, like as a theme, you're kind of out of luck. So that could be rough. So B+ I think is probably where it does end up landing. We'll see. All right, Sig, Wanderwine Wisdom. 2 mana, 2/2, can't be blocked. That's already great. So yeah. Whenever this enters or transforms, target creature gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, draw a card until end of turn. Okay, seems good. I'm gonna give this an A already. Let's see what it transforms into. Sig transforms into can't be blocked, still as a 2/2. Whenever this creature transforms, target creature control gains protection from each color until your next turn. All right, that could make something else unable to be blocked. I like it. I think this is probably an A. Yeah, that's just really good. That's good. Bitter Bloom Bearer. Okay, so here we have Bitter Bloom Blossom, right? Bitter Blossom here on a stick. So if we view all prints, we will find the original Morning Tide. This is Rebecca Guay art, in case you were wondering. Super, super pretty. So this is a Kindred Enchantment Fairy. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and put a 1/1 Black Fairy Rogue creature token with flying into play. This is extremely valuable because 1 life for a free creature every turn is absolutely nuts. So to have that on a stick with flash is pretty cray-cray. You feel old? Yeah. Well, welcome to the room. I'm old. Okay. So Bitterbloom, by the way, in case you just were wondering, Sig is also returning from the original. Sig was a really cool creature. So in Lorwyn, you could see the version of Sig that was hiding behind a just coming out from the water behind a little outcropping there. And the happy version of Sig. And then you could find the Shadowmoor version of Sig here that was super fun. At the end of turn, if an opponent lost 3 or more life this turn, you may draw a card. And that was super sweet as well. Just a lot of advantage for going from there. So Sig is returning here and has both forms at this point. The Shadowmoor form and the other. So although looks like not evil here, just protecting stuff. So fascinating. Yes. So Bitterbloom Bearer is absolutely dumb. Take this card. Enjoy. Like what can I say? Like it's just like it's very good, and it may end up killing you. But it probably will die pretty quickly. Obviously this isn't as good in my opinion as the enchantment, because the enchantment is harder to get rid of, but you're at least, because you can flash it in, gonna get at least 1/1. So this is fine, and black's fine. This is a fine return here. So I think this is a fine card. I think it's good. Yeah, they'd have to use removal on it, so what? You're gonna at least get the 1. So good card. Slam it. I would go with A+ on this one. I don't think it's S tier. I could be wrong. Bloodline Bidding. So 8 mana, Convoke. Choose a creature type. Return all creature cards of the chosen type for your graveyard to the battlefield. This is going to change a lot of games over time. This one is best in elves because they're milling. So it's best in green-black because that has the green milling card that's even best. That's best for the elves, which is the... I mean, it's good in many decks, but it's best in the elf deck, which is the Midnight Tilling. Mill 4 cards, and you return a permanent card from among them to your hand. But you're going to start to mill the cards, and then hopefully you'll be able to Bloodline Bidding here. Usually I want biddings to happen post-Wrath, but I don't think that's what this set is about for, the recursion here. I think this is best in the elves, like I said. But you can also just Convoke this if you actually have a lot of creatures and get something, 1 or 2 things back. Not bad. And if you get benefits from tapping, if you're in a Merfolk deck as well, it's still fine. So I'm going to go with an A-/B+ here, just because, again, things have to have worked out a certain way for you to be super excited about this. But again, you're going to get some value out of this card, no matter what, as long as you're in black and can be able to cast the cost. Because, again, the Convoke is so good here. So here's another champion. Again, I will go through it, but again, I'm not gonna tell you all the things I told you about the champions in the beginning. So yeah, we evaluate for limited, absolutely. So 4 mana, 5/5, which not that strong to start with, but as an additional cost, obviously we behold a goblin in exile. You can pay 1 life to blight 2. Target opponent will then blight 2. Activate only as a sorcery. So that's pretty cool, right? You can start removing their creatures. Pretty sweet. I think, again, like I said, with all the others, it's in the same rating as all the other champions, for the reasons we mentioned, with the white one being just slightly better than the rest of them, because it has flash. But yeah, I won't bore you with the same champion explanation. Yeah, the beehives is as bowling balls, a football on this side, right, and a bowling ball on the other. Yeah. This card I like. This card we were discussing for EDH. So this is a black for a 1/2, Blight 1, Surveil 1. Or Blight 2, exile target card from a graveyard. During your turn, you may cast creature spells from among cards you own exiled with this creature by removing 3 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying their other costs. Now that's among creatures you control. So if one has a -1/-1, one has 2 -1 and -1 counters, you can remove all of those to cast this creature spell, right? By having this work. This is so cool. Like, it's such a cool card. Because at the floor, at the very worst, what this card is get a 1/2 on the board. Next turn, put a -1/-1 counter on it and surveil 1. Right? The turn after that, put a -1/-1 counter on it, surveil 1, have an elf in the graveyard. That's the worst this can be. Right? This is a very nice little card. Even if you're not getting the full, right, thing here. In late game, if you already have some cards with 3, right, counters across your creatures, right, and you can add them, right, because here, right, so let's say you play it turn 6, right, you have a 1/2, it's not great, but it can block and save some damage, or if it survives to the next turn, you can Blight 2 to exile target card from a graveyard. It'll be your graveyard and your creature. And in theory, if you have even one more Blight counter, you can cast that creature card, right? By removing the 3 counters in addition to paying its cost. So I really like this card. I think it's very good. I'm going to give it an A/A-. I think it's an A. I think it starts off as an A-. But I think it's very good. I really like it, especially for the elf deck. It says everything the elves want to do. It just gets value. I think it's good. I think it's really good. So I'm very happy with this card. And there's a lot of times where people have like reanimation stuff. We've seen a bunch of reanimation spells in among various things, right? We've also seen things that care about having elves in the graveyard. Your opponent's deck might care about having elves in the graveyard. So what you can do is exile stuff from their graveyard, right? At the cost of something like killing something that you control and maybe getting value off of killing that and draining them for 1 life, based on whatever the other enchantments are. But you can also and you're surveilling to fix your draws, but you also can get things back with Dose of Dawn Glow at uncommon. You can get things back with... Where'd it go? Unbury here, right? Return 2 target cards that share a creature type, or 1 if it doesn't, if you don't have 2 cards in there. Grave Shifter. So there's a lot of recursion that's really fun for those. And I just think it's really... This card just has a lot going on it. It's really nice. Okay. Gloom Ripper. So 5 mana 4/4 Elf Assassin. When this creature enters, target creature you control gets +X/+O until end of turn, and up to 1 target creature an opponent controls gets -O/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of elves you control, which at least is 1, plus the number of elf cards in your graveyard. I think this card is really good. I think it's an A-. I mean, it can be an A, again, in a dedicated deck. It's really nice to be able to kill something. It's with a body that's a 4 and relevant creature type, which is an elf. So there's a lot of things with 2 toughness, and so as long as you at least have 1 elf in the graveyard or 1 elf in play along with this, you're probably getting really good value off of a 5 mana 4/4 plus kill a 2 toughness creature. I think this is perfectly fine. This card I think is a house disguised as a magic card. No, it's a good card. This is Grub Storied Matriarch. This is what Rakdos EDH Goblin players have been wanting for a while as a commander besides Wart Goblin Auntie. Whoa, we're gonna get Worth now. Okay, fine. Wait, where's the Worth the Raid Mother? Is there, and there, wait. Am I hold on. What's the red black goblin right now? Rakdos Goblin Commander right now. What am I how am I blanking on this? Is it Krenko? I'm sorry. Grenzo? Boggart Auntie. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, sorry. It was Wart. Okay. Yes, thank you. So I missed it there. But anyway, 3/3 fear. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can turn target goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. She was right above the one I clicked. I totally missed it. Thank you so much, Shivak. I appreciate it. All right. So we've been looking for something that is different than this for a while, just to have some variety. And now you get this here. Grub, Storied Matriarch. It is a 3-mana 2/1 menace. When it enters or transforms, you return up to one target goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's just kind of like... yeah, it goes in this deck too. Like, or they can either switch out as commanders. It's pretty sweet. But this is a 2/1 menace. So it's got evasion. It's hard to block, and that does matter because about here, when you transform it, it is pretty crazy. The transformation gives you a copy. So when you attack, you can blight one, and if you do, create a tapped and attacking token that is a copy of the blighted creature. So get copies of Siege Gang, or like obviously anything else that's better these days, because there's a lot of crazy goblins that they've printed. Try not to copy a legendary unless it has a great ETB. But yeah, so pretty dumb. I think this card is fantastic. I also think it's fantastic and limited because anytime you're getting one of these like Fable of the Mirror Breaker like and Kiki Jiki type, like not type effects, you're doing some crazy stuffs, Splinter Twin type things. So it is very nice. I like this card. Obviously, you're making the creature that you're copying slightly smaller. The token copy will not be smaller because it's copying its base power and toughness. But you're making the thing that is that you're copying slightly smaller. So yeah, but it's just really sweet value. It's so nice. So I really like this card. I think it's an A. I just think it does everything goblins want to do. Moon Shadow. So 1 mana 7/7 menace enters with 6 -1/1 counters on it. So it's a 1/1 to start with menace. Whenever one or more permanent cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, while this has a creature a -1/1 counter on it, remove a -1/1 counter from it. Now this is a lovely thing to combine with the Dawn Hand Dissident, right? You can, exile blah blah blah. You can cast creature cards you own by removing 3 counters in addition to paying their costs. It's pretty sweet to remove these counters. We also have other ways of removing counters, but I think this is going to be crazy in Constructed with things like fetches and things like that. A lot of things that go into your graveyard. But this is also best in a milling deck. Again, this lovely spell here, the green spell, Midnight Tilling. This puts milling 4 cards on turn 2. So you play this on turn 1. It's a 1/1 menace. You play this Midnight Tilling on turn 2. Those are 4 cards going to the graveyard. If some of them are permanents, let's say 2 are permanents, this becomes a 3/3. And then keeps going. So, 1 or more. Okay, so it's only becoming back to 2/2 with the Midnight Tilling. But it's a nice start. And then you get a permanent card to be able to do things. That makes it worse. 1 or more. Interesting. But yeah, when things die, it gets bigger. And it does have menace. So oftentimes it's just going to be getting in the first couple turns because you're playing it on 1. If you get it later, if you get it late game, it's possible that you can flunge some creatures at the opponent in order to grow it faster. And see how it goes. One or more creatures. So again, it'll get -1/1 counter removed. Elves do surveil a lot, absolutely, but it has to be a permanent going to the graveyard. Remember that. If it is a spell, right, it's not going to be doing much for this. I do think that this is probably... I mean, there's a lot of things that will remove the counters from this overall. In this, I think it's probably an A- card. I think it's still quite good. I think it is best in the elves. But it also has some place with the goblins, because again, the goblins are going to your tokens are permanents going to the graveyard. So like if you're producing a lot of goblins that are just fodder, it might work pretty well. Yeah, it just seems pretty cool. I kind of like it. And worst case, they have to be thinking about it all the time and how big it could get. So that's pretty sweet. So I want to go to the next... Can I go to the next 60, please? Scryfall's waiting. There we go. So yeah, the eyes will surveil one each turn. There's also another creature slash thing that will surveil slash mill slash do stuffs. There's one that does it when it comes into the battlefield. This little scout. There's a lot of things that elves do. It's permanent. Is it card? Is it saying card or permanent? Oh, permanent cards. So tokens won't work. Tokens are permanents, but not permanent cards. So that won't work with the goblins necessarily. Unless you're doing little vile boggart dying and after getting blighted. So there's a lot of crazy restrictions on this one that I'm seeing. One or more. And then, and that's important because I think this would be broken otherwise. But one or more, and then it's permanent cards as opposed to permanents. I'm still going to give it an A- to start with, but it could be a B+ card. Morn Song Aria, 3 mana. Players can't draw cards. Oh, so this is Mirrorland. Okay. Nope, that Marlin. That's what it is. So Marlin of the Morn Song. Players can't draw cards. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life, searches his or her library for a card, puts it onto his or her hand, and then shuffles his or her library. This was the original sort of, you get to Grim Tutor. Everybody gets to Grim Tutor instead of doing their thing. So at their draw step, they get to Grim Tutor, and then you go from there. So this is harkening back to that. Can't draw cards or gain life. This one, you could at least gain life. But here, you can't gain life. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life, searches their library for a card, puts it into their hand, then shuffles. This is a huge risk. I would not run this in Limited at all. I'm sure there are decks that would be good with it. Again, anything that you think is going to kill your opponent faster than you you're going to make sure you kill them faster than they kill you. Sure. I think it might be a best of 3. If you know that they have a dedicated, like a deck that gains a ton of life, you could side this in. I think that would be the best case scenario for it, though. But in general, I think this is unplayable. Yeah. It also is good against a blue deck that generally just draws a lot of cards for card advantage, and that's how it wins. So it at least prevents them from drawing multiple cards per turn. And it just gives them that 1 card. So there are uses for it. I'm just not happy about it. And you'd have to be very careful with it. There's also a lot of enchantment removal, which is interesting. So make of that what you will. Maybe you could remove it at a key time for yourself or something. I don't know. But there are only a couple decks that I can see this doing very well against. So I'm going to rate it as unplayable, and we'll see how it goes. And if you have like a million bombs, maybe you could do this, but one assumes that you can't assume that they're not going to have bombs, so that's rough. All right. Taster of Wares. I love this card. I think this card is fantastic. This is a 3-mana 3/2, and when it enters, target opponent reveals X cards from their hand, where X is the number of goblins you control. You choose one of those cards, that player exiles it. If an instant or sorcery card is exiled this way, you may cast it for as long as you control this creature, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. So no matter what, you're getting a card from their hand. No matter what, you are exiling a card from their hand. It doesn't matter anything else for Limited. It's a 3/2 body that takes a card from their hand. That is great. Now, if you happen to have 3 goblins in play, you can select a card of 3 cards from their hand. And if you happen to select an instant or sorcery, right, you can in fact cast it, that instant or sorcery, as long as you control Taster of Wares. And you can spend mana of any type to cast this. This is fantastic. I love this card. I give this card an A. I think it's a great card. I think that the floor is so high already that like it's just good. I love this card. And I think in Constructed it's even better by a lot. Twilight Diviner, 3 mana, 3/3. When this enters Surveil 2. Okay, so there's another Surveil thing for our lovely mythic up here. Moonshadow. So again, you can start to remove more counters from it. I mean, that thing might go up in my estimation. It just depends. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if they entered or are cast from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy of one of them. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this is more of a constructed card because Limited is not going to be able to do this that often, but it's still a 3/3 for 3 mana, which in this format is already a decent ROI. Based on what we've seen from the commons and uncommons, that's just fine. And then it also surveils when it enters, so it enables your elf synergies. Whether you happen to get this to work is kind of irrelevant. It would be nice, and you have multiple ways of you have one real way of doing that, which is the Oko's Dose of Dawn Glow that we saw, right? And like return target card with 2 or less to the battlefield. I think there's a bunch of those, right? There's a few creature cards that say, right, return target creature with 2 or less to the battlefield or something like that. I think there's rares or something that we saw at one point. So Persist will do it, right? Let me just double check that Persist will do it. I have to read this card. If they entered, yes. So Persist will do it. Slumbering Walker will do it. So you'd get a copy of those. That when those happened, you would get a copy. So I think this card is perfectly playable. I think this is an A-. I think it's really quite nice for, you know, its deck just at its heart, and then maybe you can get those extra synergies to occur. All right, Ashling Rekindled. So Ashling is a returning lovely lady. So she's been reprinted multiple times. The original one was this one here from Lorwyn. You could pay 1 and a red to put a +1/+1 counter on her. If this is the 3rd time this ability has resolved, remove all +1/+1 counters, and it deals that much damage to each creature and each player. It was an interesting card. There was also the Shadowmoor printed like right after that, or Eventide, I forget what it was. Yeah, Eventide. The Extinguisher here. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, choose target creature that player controls. The player will sacrifice that creature. That was a really stupid card at the time. But since then, we've had, of course, the Flame Dancer here. From Modern Horizons 3, which was pretty sweet for instants and sorcery decks. And then it's just, yeah, now we've got the Command as well in the set that we'll see later, I think. I don't know what it does, but yeah, I don't want to see it yet. So this is another transforming thing. So 1/3, when it enters or transforms, you can rummage. Not great. Not awful, but not great. It is an elemental. Let's see what it does on the other side. When this creature transforms, and at the beginning of your first main phase, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast mana spells with mana cost 4 or greater. It's good for enabling that deck. I think it's okay. It's a fine card to include. I'm gonna go with B+. It's a perfectly fine card to run. You're not like super upset to run this in that kind of deck. It's just not exciting as any of the other rares that we've seen so far. Overall, I think, except for the unplayable ones. Like this is nice. Being able to add 2 mana power for enable those 4 or greater is really sweet. I don't mind cards like this. We've had them at common. Is it Peddler? Is that what we had? No, that's no, we needed a red. It's a 2 mana from OTJ. Anyway, there's a red 2/2 from OTJ that allows you to rummage when it comes into play. And that's just in best of one, that's kind of nice to make sure that you're hitting your land drops and doing the right things. This gets a 2 mana creature on the board that is an elemental, and then it will potentially help you ramp into the 4 mana spells and above if you flip it. If you flip it the next turn, let's assume that's 3. So let's assume you have 2 mana left over. That will allow you to cast a 4 mana spell the next turn. So, so that's not bad, right? Again, it does do those things. It's just not that exciting overall. The 4, because again, within limited, it is difficult to run a preponderance of 4 mana spells and still have a nice curve that means you don't die to aggro, right? And the reason that Final Fantasy, we talked about this previously, so I'm so sorry to recover it, but like the reason that Final Fantasy was so good at doing the 4 mana spells is it had things that scaled, that you could cast for little if you needed to, but then later on you could cast them for the 4 mana or 5 mana or 6 mana or 8 mana, whatever it was you were going to be doing, and you had payoffs for it like Sahagin and the others. That could be that could just not be blocked, and you had the Totaro or whatever. I forget what the name was of that card. I'm so sorry. And you had the Emperor and things like that. So you had some really great stuff, but the scalability of the cards was what really allowed this deck in Final Fantasies to shine. Final Fantasy to shine, not Final Fantasies. Although there were multiple games, of course. But yeah. So it's just that, so I haven't seen the same degree of scalability on the cards in this. There are some, there's the Convoke, because that gives you sort of scalability because you can help yourself cast it. So that is pretty sweet. Morning, Hemo! So again, that deck I'm a little bit worried about overall, but it's just, and this will help you do that. It's just, yeah. The creatures work for the payoff, exactly. So it's just a little bit, this is a nice way to enable that deck. It's not as strong on its own as most of the cards around here. But again, just as with Final Fantasy, if people notice that this particular archetype is completely open, they may be able to maximize it. So again, just keep an eye on what people are drafting. But again, for now, this is going to be like a B+. Champion, again, same thing. Not going to rehash all the champion stuff again. Again, if you missed it, by the way, all of the VOD will be on YouTube. You can skip around to where you want and see what I talked about as far as champions. I won't go through it again. I don't want to bore everybody who's already heard it. But we'll just read the card. It's a 4 mana 7/3, an additional cost, behold an elemental and exile it. Whenever another elemental you control enters, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. That should be really super strong, right? But again, see the caveats about these champions. And again, it gets the same rating as the others. And again, I think the white one still the strongest with Flash. And just a TLDR for those who really just don't want to go to YouTube and try and find the first champion in the white, which we got to pretty quickly. These things hate counterspells. Counterspells will blow these out. So, Collective Inferno, 5 mana Convoke. As this enchantment enters, choose a creature type, double all damage that sources you control of the chosen type would deal. This is definitely a way to swing for lethal out of the blue. Absolutely. If you have a bunch of 2/2s on the battlefield, 3 2/2s on the battlefield, and they're like, well, I am at 11, and then you're like, well, you're dead. So this is pretty sweet. Yes, no, we talked about champion earlier, and what it looked like in Lorwyn, and it had different vulnerabilities in Lorwyn than it has here. So Collective Inferno, again, you have to, in these types of things, it has to go right again. So this is a B+. You can definitely run it. It's just going to require some doing. You have to have, all of a certain type enabled to attack really well. It doesn't have flash, so it's going to be foreseen, so to speak. And so you have to use it at the right time, to really get the value out of it. But yeah. It's decent. I like it fine. It's just not on its own as powerful as some of the cards we've seen. Okay, Endblaze Epiphany. X and a red. It deals X damage to target creature. When that creature dies this turn, exile a number of cards from the top of your library equal to its power. Then choose a card exiled this way. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So let's talk about this for a second. This one's really interesting to me for one particular reason. Okay. So, let me show you. When I was little... Okay, sorry. So here's Disintegrate. Now, this could go face, so it's different from what we just saw. This one cannot go face, but ignore that for the moment. This is among the first X spells. We also had Fireball in the beginning. Right? These could both go face. But these are among the first X burn spells that ever existed. And when they were first printed, and let's go back to Disintegrate because it only has one target, for ease of understanding. When they were first printed, that scaling was very good. Because when these were first printed, 1/1s, things with 1 toughness, were generally 1 mana. Things with 2 toughness, generally 2 mana. And so on. So this, with your mana, scaled along with them. You had to have 1 more mana than their toughness, right? So you were still a turn behind, right? But you were still, this was still valuable enough as removal. Now, last in Giant Spider, yes. Now, though, this X is not scaling anymore. Because, as you've seen, we have 1 mana 1/2s. We have 2 mana 2/3s. We have 3 mana 3/4s. Or 4/4s sometimes. 2/4s a lot of the time. And Giant Spider was at least a 4 mana 2/4. To scale is to get bigger or smaller along with a thing, to correspond with it in terms of numerical value. So that's really painful for this type of card. That means that this type of card has gotten worse. So they need to add, obviously, value to this card for it to be worth running. And even then, it's so much worse than it used to be. Because you're still probably behind when you try to kill something. You're not just 1 behind, whereas you used to be, right? You're several. You're up to like 3 behind with this card. So if there's a card that's getting bigger and bigger as it's attacking you, right? Let's say it's the white card here. Not that one. This one, right? If you're behind on this, each turn it's getting 1 bigger, and each turn you're only putting 1 more mana to play, right? For example. So it's going to be difficult to act. This could just ruin your day if this is the removal you have. So again, these types of cards are worse than they used to be. And the fact that this cannot go face makes me sad. The idea here, though, is X damage to target creature. It is at least instant speed. Okay? This is a sorcery. Fireball was a sorcery, etc. But they could go face, which was a huge difference. And Fireball is still actually good and limited because, again, going face for an X spell can just end the game. Oh, thanks so much. Oh, God, Minneapolis. I'm so sorry, Bear. All our hearts are with you. Jesus, I'm so sorry. We will try to distract you as best we can. Yeah, and let us know if there's anything else we can do. So yeah, so this End Blaze Epiphany, it is at least an instant. So what we can do here is we can deal X damage to target creature. What that means is our small creature might be able to kill something bigger because we then, finish it off. We can also try to... Minneapolis is basically being assaulted by our own government and invaded by our own government. That is what's happening right now. They're sending thugs to and they've killed people. They've killed U.S. citizens, and it is an absolute atrocity. Fascism in full force. So, yeah. And they're terrorizing people. They are literally terrorizing people. The schools are closed because the everybody's yeah, it's not safe. So that is what's happening in Minneapolis right now. Yeah, sorry. I post about that on socials. If you're ever interested in what's going on in the United States, definitely follow me on Blue Sky. I try to keep my students informed that way, and I try to just keep everybody informed of what's going on and ways in which you can take action and help. But I try to keep it off of the stream for the most part. If you have questions, I definitely can try to answer and give you sources in Discord. This Discord link is here, but I do want the stream often to be an escape for unless I announce I'll announce and warn people beforehand, usually if I'm going to talk about this stuff, just because, like I said, I do want this to be an escape place for most people if you would like. But yeah, so yeah, but I will always in Discord message me. In Discord we have Discord links and stuff like that I can give you. I can give you sources. I can give you resources to look at in the future to help people who are in need, etc. I can give you, if you're interested in this, like if you're not sure what's going on or if you have different opinions, I can give you again evidence to back up any claims that I make. And yeah, so I'm happy to provide that so that you can do your own evaluation of the sources that I have. And come to your own conclusions. So, End Blaze Epiphany. Yeah, Summer, absolutely. So we have X damage to target creature, and then when that creature dies this turn, so again, you can finish it off, exile a number of cards to the library equal to its power. I think this actually could be very bad, because frankly, if you want to kill something big on their end in limited, that could mill you out. If you're like, okay, I really need to take care of your 6/5, right? And you're gonna exile 6 cards from the top of your library, choose only one of them to be able to play until the end of your next turn. I actually don't like this card that much. I think it's risky. Like, it's good early to kill something small. Like, I think it's actually very good early to kill something small. But I think that one of the primary, uses for this is later on you get enough mana to actually kill something worth killing, and you might mill yourself out, and you only get one of those cards and the rest remain exiled. So I don't know. This is a really tough card for me to sort of evaluate at this point. The good thing about Lorwyn in general is that a lot of the power and toughnesses are fairly small. But if we go back and look at, like, we're gonna want to kill maybe this later, or like we're gonna have to kill at some point the elemental that they play. We've got there's like a 3/5 in here. There's 4/4s. There's a 6/5 here. So I don't know, but there are a lot of small things. 3/6 here. Jesus. Like there are, like, I don't know. I wouldn't not play this. It's just not as good as I'd like it to be at an X spell at this point in the Magic environment. So I'm going to give this one a B plus / B minus, B plus / B. I think it's good for killing early things, so I'm gonna go with B plus. And again, if you're only using it to remove something small, probably it could graduate to an A minus, but I just think so many of the other rares are better. All right, Goliath Daydreamer, 4 mana, 4/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. Ugh. Okay, so you play a 4/4. It's a for 4, which is decent ROI. It's a giant, which actually is a relevant type in some of the decks. When you cast an instant sorcery spell, it will resolve. You get that effect. Then it goes back into exile with a dream counter. So it doesn't go to your graveyard. So if you have problems, like if you're like, oh, I need to have X instants and sorcery spells in my graveyard, don't run this card. Or if you need to cast instant sorcery from your graveyard, don't you run this card in like EDH stuffs. But whenever this creature attacks, you can cast a spell from among cards you own in exile with dream counters on them without paying its mana cost. So as long as this survives the next, so basically you run this, as long as it survives the next turn, you can play a kill spell, and then you can attack and play that kill spell again for free. So two things have to go right. You have to have this and a kill spell in your hand, and this has to survive to attack. But it's really cool other than that. If as long as those conditions are met, you're doing great. But it's also a 4/4 for 4, which is fine. Perfectly fine ROI. So I like this card. I'm going to give it an A-. I think it's pretty good. It could be an A. I think it's probably an A-. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. And 4/4 for 4 seems to be pretty decent stats in this particular set. So I think it's great. So, but yeah, basically that's how it is. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad to have like a kill spell with this at 4 in hand. It's not so bad. So I think it's probably, quite usable. And so they have to answer it before it gets to attack. And that's the key part, like, because otherwise you're getting 2 removal spells for that. So seems good. It's similar principle to Azula here. Fire Lord Azula, right? Whenever you cast this while it's attacking, copy that spell. So this one needed an instant speed removal to cast. And there was plenty of that, right? In the set, in these colors. But, right, it would double that, right? As long as it got to attack. So it's the same principle, but this is easier to cast, even though it is a double commitment to red, but it's easier to cast than a Grixis spell. And then, again, you just could get 2 removal spells off of it. So I like this. Like I said, it could be an A. I think I'm going to give it an A- to start with. But I think it might be an A. We'll see. Just because you have to have another card with it again. So A cards, in my opinion, usually do not have to have blah. If it's a draw spell, yeah, you could swing too. Yeah, absolutely. Kill spells is just the best possible world, I think, for that. Okay, so this card... This card is breaking people's minds. And I'm going to let you look at it for a little bit because I need to go get more water because I'm out. This card is breaking people's minds. I'll be right back. Okay. I got a cookie. Okay. Delicious. My friend bought cookies for me and made me happy. Okay. So let's talk about hexing squelcher. So, it's the CEDH community that was up in arms about this card. It is not going to be, in theory, hugely, stupidly impactful in other formats. There's going to be a few, right, where it does some stuff, makes some waves. But that's the one where people are absolutely just like frothing at the mouth. So this is a 2-mana 2/2 that says this spell can't be countered, so you cannot counter the Hexing Squelcher itself. And when it's on the battlefield, spells you control can't be countered either. So shutting that all down. It has Ward, pay 2 life. So if you want to target this card, you need to pay 2 life if you're the opponent. Other creatures, it gives Ward to pay 2 life as well. Other creatures you control. So that's gross. And I will be putting this, if I get one, right away in my Krenko deck. It is beautiful for mono red commander goblin things. But it can also be abused many ways. And that's why the CEDH community, which relies on countering things early, is very upset about it. Basically, a CEDH player can play this and then combo off with no fear, is the main idea. Now, for limited, is this a good card? It is fine. Giving other creatures you control Ward pay 2 life is actually quite nice. Also being able to have spells you control can't be countered is perfectly fine as well, because there actually are several counter spells at common in this set. At least one. Hold on, I might be making up the second. Boo. So there's Spell Snare at uncommon. And there is the 2-mana Wild Unraveling at common. Blight 2 or pay 1. So it's a cancel at worst case scenario. So there are counter spells at common. So that's not bad. I will still probably give this in limited. It will probably be a B. It is fine. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that has upsides for a lot of things, and protects your other creatures. At least makes targeting them really hurt. So I think it's a fine card. It's not really exciting, but in limited, but it's fine. So I will give it a B as a card. So, but if you're in paper, if you are drafting this or doing, just take it. It's money. It's money because it's making people miserable. What is it called? Hexing something? Hexing Squelcher. Now, this is pre-order prices, so take this with a grain of salt, but it's $36 frickin' for a rare. It will go down because it's just a rare, but yeah. So there you go. Take the money and run. Lava Leaper. 4-mana 4/4, all creatures have haste, and whenever a player taps a basic land for mana, that player adds 1 mana of any type that land produced. So it's a 4/4 with haste, but then it gives your... I hate it. I don't like this card. a 4/4 with haste, maybe you can end the game with that. That's nice. But I really don't like the fact that if you don't kill them that turn, the next turn, all their creatures are going to have haste and you've doubled their mana. I don't like it. Like, if you can play this and you have 8 mana, right? Let's say you have 7 mana. You play this on and you have 3 mana left over, which means you have 6 mana beyond that. If you can win with the next creature having haste, maybe, right? But it has to be basic lands, right? You have to use the non-basics to cast this if you have any of it. But yeah, again, if you're casting this and like another 6-drop, right, on the turn that you're gonna win, sure. And it, like, yeah. There are some cases that this will win you a game, but I think it's a huge risk otherwise. So I'm gonna give this a C+/B-. I'm probably going to lose to it multiple times, but yeah. So like at 7 mana, if you can do this and another thing, giving the other thing haste, maybe I'm undervaluing it. Maybe it's a B. I think, but you have to use it to win the game. I really think that's the condition. So I'm going to give it a B-. I'm going to give it a B- and settle on that for now. I think that's where it should sit, because I do think you can use it to end a game, definitely. But I think if you don't end the game, you're in deep doo-doo. So, this card. This card. So, yeah. So this card is going to be money, so you should pick it up if you have it in paper. It does some really cool things in Constructed. So, for example, this card can be meek attacked. You can put this into play, devour all your lands, swing, and thin your deck of like a ton of lands and put them into play. So that's pretty cool. It turns out also that because of foundations, this card is legal as well in Standard, and also could be put into play. So with Meek Attack. So it's pretty interesting. Now, let's think about it for Limited. One of the things that this is good for is if you are in a Jund deck with elves. So you can surprise somebody. Let's say a blue deck is attacking you and they have counter magic up, for example. You can pay 1 and a red to put a creature card with a total power and toughness 5 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. They can't counter that. Unless they have the abilities counter, right? Only the mythic that we saw. And you can block, and then you have an elf in your graveyard, which is pretty sweet. You can also use it to dump. If you've drawn a lot of cards, you can dump your hand and they'll all have haste, right? You can dump your hand of all the tiny little things that you have and they'll all have haste. And you can sacrifice them at the end of the turn and maybe get death triggers. Who knows? So it does have its uses. It's not crazy in Limited. Remember too that this, just like Kiki Jiki or the Fable, if you go to the opponent's end step, you can use the 1 and a red to put the creature into the battlefield, right? You'll have it during your turn. So you can put another, if you are another couple, if you have 4 mana then at the red thing or whatever it is, like if you have 6 mana at that point, right? So let's say play this on 3. Next turn, you use, you know, you have 4 mana, you put 2/2 into play just for fun if you want, or you wait till the end step, you put 2 of your creatures into play, right? 2 2/2s in play, or a 2/3 and a 2/2, or a 3/2 and a 2/3, and sorry, I'm just having fun now. And then you do that on the end step so that they'll be on your turn, and then you have 6 mana or 5 mana by the next turn, and you can put another 2 into play, and they'll all have haste. Yeah. So you can do some things with this. Now, I think obviously that this is going to be probably a B- C. I think it's probably a C. A C+. It depends. It depends how much the counterspell, people are relying on the counterspells. I think it really depends how much people are counting on the counterspells in this format. So I'm going to give it a C+ right now. Because those counterspells exist, and because most things have ETBs these days, there's so much enchantment removal. Hold on, let me think about this again. So I need to see the enchantment removal again. Hello, green. Chomping. Unforgiving. Right, but you can put like this Marrow Sky Simmer and get an ETB. Like there's some cool stuff here, like get another card and block. Like it's interesting. Block with the 2/3 lifelinker. Have an elf in the graveyard because of the shapeshifter. Yeah, because of the enchantment room, I think I'm actually going to go for a C on this one. And I think some people might rate it a lot lower, but I do see some usage from it because there is counter magic at common, and there are, you know, various ways that we can actually get this to do stuff. I want to make it work. I want to make it work. But yeah, it's sad. All right, Scuzzback Scrounger. This card's great. So at the worst case scenario, you can blight 1 each turn to ramp yourself 2 treasures, which is difficult for red. So ramp and red is difficult. So this is a great card. I like it. A-. It's cool. I saw this. This was part of our discussion of Magic Jank, so it's perfect. Okay. And this is great in your Kranko deck, by the way, in EDH. Soul Immolation, 5 mana, an additional cost, Blight X. X cannot be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Deals X damage to each opponent and each creature. Oh. So this is going to be best in like a green-red or white-red deck, because white has some of the like biggest toughnesses. Dang, this is gonna be a nice one-sided Wrath a lot of the time. I really like this. I'm gonna give this an A. This is a good card. It does have an additional cost, Blight X, so you do need to have a creature that is worth, you know, enough blighting to empty their board, right? But I think that's not difficult. You can also blight a smaller creature, certainly. If all their creatures are pretty small and you want to deal X damage to that opponent and their creatures. So if they have a bunch of 3/2s, right, and you have a 2/2 on the board, you can blight the 2. Are you kidding? It's completely... What? This is fantastic. This is a great card. I like it. All right, that's an A. That's a really good card. Yeah, you could do a post-combat to clear the board, exactly. Right? So you could attack with a bunch of things. If all your things have like sort of, if all the things have like 1 damage. Yeah, this is a great card. This is fantastic. If you don't have creatures, you cannot play it. Correct. Right? This is why it's not an S tier bomb or an A+. It's an A. So it does require one thing to go right. You have to have a creature that is big enough toughness to wipe your opponent's board, either post attacks or just period. But yeah. So Spine Rock Tyrants. No, Meat Hook Massacre was a scaling spell. It didn't require you to have any creatures. Five mana, 6/6 flyer, wither, and then also yeah, no, keep this is a great card. This is an A. Grab it. Actually, with the power and toughness in it, I think this is an A+. What stops you from blighting 20? X can't be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control. It says on the card. So if you have a 20 toughness creature, let's say you have it. Oh, wait. You can blight 30 if you have this on the board. Sorry. So technically nothing, as long as you have this on the board. Yeah, this card is excellent. It's so much more powerful than every other flyer that I've seen in this format. And for 5 mana, and then Wither as well, and then cast an instant destroy. Yeah, this thing's great. This doubles your single target removal spells. It does not target the fight spells, like punch spells and fight spells. Those have 2 targets. It will not double those. But like, this thing is crazy. I love this. This is an A+ / maybe S in this format. Probably A+, I want to say. It doesn't automatically win the game, but it's very close. It might actually. I'm gonna give it an A+ for now, but it could be an S tier. Aurora Awakener, 7 mana, 7/7 trample. When it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until. No, this one's a where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So you get a 7 mana, and then let's say you have 3 colors. You reveal the top until you reveal 3 permanent cards, which could be lands. If the format's really slow, this could be good. And Vivid seems to be decent. It seems to be decently easy to get 3 colors at the very least. But you can't make this any cheaper. It's still 7 mana. So if the format's slow, it's better. If it's format's faster, it's not good. And you could still just hit like 3 lands, which I'm gonna give it an A- for now. Sorry, I'm gonna give it a B+. I'm gonna give it a B+. Just a B+ because I think the format might be slower than we've had in the past. The recent past. So I'm gonna try that for now. Give it a B+ and think whether that'll work. Oh, Bloom Tender. Yeah, it was a mutate creature that did things, and so sometimes it was great, sometimes it was poor. But the point was, it was recurring and it was cheaper. It was 5 mana. It was really good. Yeah, I really liked that card. It was green, uncommon. I remember that one. Bloom Tender, 2 mana, 1/1. This is a reprint. It is amazing. It's quite pricey, so definitely pick it up if you get the chance in paper. You can see over here. So it's going to be $10 for the basic one, thereabouts. So it's just a very good card. When it was first printed, we have over here in Eventide. This was the super sweet thing where you could have a bunch of things that were many colors, right? All colors and so on and so forth. So pretty sweet. As long as you have the one color, though, it's ramping you to the one. Usually you're going to have two at the very least. So it's just a really nice way to ramp yourself. Good card. This is an... I mean, it just enables so many things, and you're always going to have two. I'm going to go with an A- on this one, just because it in itself is not like super stupid. And it is 2 mana for a 1/1. So I'm going to give A- in this set based on the removal that I've seen. But it does have the ability to make your deck go crazy. So, yeah. So, yeah, good stuff. Bristlebane Battler. 2 mana 6/6 trample ward 2. Okay, it enters with 5/-1 on counters on it, but it's harder to remove because that ward 2. So it is a 1/1 for 2 trample ward 2. Whenever another creature you control enters while this creature has a -1 on counter on it, remove a that thing's great. That's fantastic. That's an A card. That is really good. It does everything the Kithkins want to do, and Green wants to do. That's fantastic. All right. Celestial Reunion is X and a green. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may choose a creature type and behold 2 creatures of that type. Okay. Search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. If the spell's additional cost was paid and the revealed card is the chosen type, put that card in the battlefield instead. I'm going to need Arena for this, because Arena lets me know what's still in my deck. You're going to have to keep if you run this card, you're going to have to keep very careful track of what's left in your deck so you know exactly what to pay for X. Even though you can overpay, you don't want to. It does fetch you a creature, right? It is a tutor for a creature with mana value X, no matter what, at its base, right? If you pay the additional cost by showing 2, like Kithkin, 1 on the battlefield, 1 on your hand, or 2 in your hand, or 2 on the battlefield, you can then go find and put that card onto the battlefield instead of into your hand. It is sorcery speed, so you're not like surprising anybody with the creature. Okay. Fine. If you have a bomb in your deck, this definitely goes up. And if you have a lot of typal cards, like if you really were good at being able to get all the elves or whatever like that, if you have a preponderance of any one particular type of like elves and shapeshifters, then you're doing well with this card. I think it's probably a B+, or B. It's fine to play, but it's not super exciting. Okay. Sliver staple. Yeah, probably. It's probably a staple, honestly, in any like constructed Kindred deck, typal deck, right? It's really good in that. It's just in the limited environment in which you are having to pick from a bunch of cards and compete with other people for particular Kindred types, then I think that it can be a little bit rough. But again, remember what you have in your deck is the key thing, and Untapped will help you do that on Arena, because you can look at the contents of your deck. So that's pretty sweet. So yeah, it may be even lower. It might be like, because I now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of uncommon, like there's one uncommon in particular that I would rate higher than many of the, yeah, but we already gave it an A-. Okay, we're fine. Yep, more champions. 4 mana 6/6. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. That's a fun one. Again, same thing about champions that we talked about before. I won't bore you with that again. Yeah. They're very powerful if they land. All right. Formidable Speaker. This one was one among the first things spoiled, and it is fantastic, especially for constructed. But it's also good for limited. It is also amazing. This is a 3 mana 2/4, right? Which is fine ROI for stats. Like, that's fine in limited. Especially in this format. There is a black uncommon and black common and a red common that has to blight in order to do 4. But usually this one's going to require an actual real piece of removal. But when it enters, you can discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So this is a one-time use of Fauna Shaman, which said green, tap, discard a creature card, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. But this one, it doesn't have to be a creature card. It can be any card. So that actually is a huge improvement, number one. It's only a one-time use, whereas Fauna Shaman could be used again. And Fauna Shaman itself was a survival of the fittest. I can't actually type. On a stick. So this was originally printed in Exodus. The same ability was here. You discarded a creature card in particular, and then you could, and it was a recurring. You could keep doing this as many times as you could pay the cost. Fauna Shaman did have to tap, so you can do it multiple times per turn. But each of them had required you discarding a creature card, where this does not. You can just discard a land card, go fetch up your best creature card, and go from there. And in the format, like limited format these days, there's so many bombs anyway, so this is a way to get your best creature onto the battlefield, which is pretty sweet. Now, it also allows you to put an elf into the graveyard, for example, if you need to do that. And that seems to be what a lot of the elf decks wants to do. So that's a really nice thing to have happen. So, it has more text because reasons. We have 1 untap another target permanent. That is really sweet to give something Ursat's Vigilance. It's also really sweet to, if an opponent forgets this is on the battlefield, to untap your best creature when they're attacking. This is an invitational card. Yes, this is a world champion. This is Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. And it is a very, very cool card. And he has been drawn as that elf. So, the untap another target permanent. So in in Constructed, this is a ridiculous card. Absolutely ridiculous, because you can untap your Gaia's Cradle or whatever, you know, the hell you're doing. Or start doing, you know, infinite combo things and blah, with various things. So, with other stuff, like obviously this isn't part of an infinite combo that I know of. But yeah. So this is a very good card. Even in limited, I'm going to give it an A. Yeah, for now I'm going to give it an A. I think it graduates to A plus as long as you get A bomb. If you get A bomb, this is an A plus card and you need to slam it. So like, for example, if you get that red dragon, right? Like just slam this freaking card and go. So yeah, this card is fantastic in both Constructed and limited. So grab it. So Mutable Explorer. This one's going right in my Changeling, my All the Things deck. It is freaking fantastic. It is a 3-mana 1/1 sure. So not great return on stats, except that you also get a tapped Mutavault token. So it ramps you, and that Mutavault token obviously can be a land with all creature types. A land creature with all creature types. So pretty darn sweet. I love this card, and it is so adorable. The art is so perfect. So I will be putting that right in my All the Things deck at ASAP. I will try to acquire it ASAP. We'll see. I do have the one collector booster box coming to open for the YouTube channel. That is the only Lorwyn I have ordered so far. But I am getting some credit on Card Kingdom for having sold some cards, so hopefully I will be able to acquire some more. So we'll see. But this is a fantastic card. It's just so much value. I really like this card in limited. I do think it's an A minus, but it's just a good card, a really solid good card in limited. It's just shapeshifter. That means it's always going to be a relevant creature type. It ramps you, and it technically gives you a creature that you can then attack with the next turn. So technically it's like 3 power over 3 mana here, so over 2 bodies. So that's pretty sweet with an additional mana potential. So I very much like this card. I think it is great. So A minus there. I mean, it can graduate to A in certain decks. It depends. I think it's probably A minus though, overall, based on the A's that we've seen. Sapling Nursery, 8 mana, affinity for forest. So if you like, don't put this in your don't put this in your vivid decks or whatever it is. Put this in a dedicated green deck, and you can land this pretty quickly. So let's say you play so you play a forest on 1, a forest on 2. I think there is some sort of like rampant growth type thing on 2, but I'm forgetting what it is. This on 3, right? Then you have 5 forests on 4, which means that this comes down for 3 mana right? And you can play the forest and get a 3/4. This is just dumb. Like just slam it. It's so good. But you do have to have a particular deck with it. You really do. So because it requires a specific deck and it really requires a huge commitment to green, I am going to give it an A rather than A plus. But yeah, it is, if you can grab it early and build around it, it's fantastic. If you're already really heavily in green, hopefully you can then, hopefully you're at a point in the draft where you can, you know, prioritize the green cards that you have over everything else and really only splash something else. So that you can maximize this card. It is so sweet. The fact that they have reach on those is so good. And the artwork's spectacular, so that helps. In sealed, it'll be a little bit more difficult to run this card, I suspect, unless really like your pool was skewed green. But yeah, Selfless Safe Right, 5 mana 4/2 flash, convoke. When this creature enters, choose a creature type. Other permanents you control of that type gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So I really like this card for any sort of deck that has, again, a preponderance of a particular type of creature. It doesn't have to be elf. If you have a ton of tree folk or you have a ton of like, in addition to shapeshifters, right? Sure, go for it, right? If you have a ton of goblins, all right, sure. The idea that this can save a bunch of creatures, or a particular creature is pretty nice, and that it can be played for more, for cheaper in limited is really sweet. And that it comes with a body on flash. That is just really nice. You can save something from removal, etc. So, I'm going to give this an A. I think it's very good. It's really sweet. And again, it's a surprise, which is always really nice. So yeah, there you go. There's an elf. Spry and Mighty, 5 mana. Choose 2 creatures you control. You draw. Okay, no, this is more of a gimmick than anything. It looks like choose 2 creatures you control. You draw X cards, and the chosen creatures get X plus X and gain trample until end of turn, where X is the difference between the chosen creature's powers. I feel like this requires too many things to go right. You have to like a 2/2 and a 4/4, and then they both get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. And you draw 2 cards. I mean, it's not too hard to have that go well in a green deck. I'm going to give it a B+. I think that seems fine. It is choose 2 creatures you control. 5 mana sorcery speed. So it doesn't target, which is nice. So they can't blow it out by doing that. But if you don't have 2 creatures by the time it resolves, there's no difference. So you don't get anything. Wait, when does it check? Does it check on resolution or does it check on... Because you are choosing 2 creatures. No, it's going to go last known information. I'm pretty sure it's going to go last known information. So even if they remove one of the creatures, you're still going to get this. I'm pretty sure. Somebody chat, does this check? I think this is last known information because it's choose 2. It doesn't target. I'm pretty sure. Let me know if I'm wrong, though. And we'll come back to it based on what chat says. But yeah, I think this is pretty cool. For like, I think it's just a B or B+, but I think it's still perfectly playable. Last known information, yeah, okay, good. So that means that you're gonna get the draw the cards anyway, and and one of the creature that survives is still gonna get the +X+X. So it's still fine. Like, I think it's a B or B+, but it's still like a card. All right, so this is a 3 mana Death Touch 3/4. Good ROI for this. You choose creatures, you have 2+ creatures when it resolves. Wait, what? Oh, you choose creatures on resolution? No, you have to... What? Oh, wait, Zero, I think I might be right. Because the way copies and like oh, interesting. Yeah, I think you might be right because of the clone like things. Yeah, so choose, hold on. Da, da, da. choose on resolution. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's correct. So, so it is going to choose on resolution. It will... Yeah, okay. So if you don't have... Yeah, you just have to be careful with this. I think it's still a B. Even when you have to be careful, like, on choosing... If you at least have to have 2 creatures somehow, right? And multiple ones that are different powers and toughs. I don't know. That's interesting. And it depends. Again, the removal in this set is fairly lackadaisical overall. Like, the removal at instant speed, especially. So I think this might be better than it looks. I'm gonna give it B to start with. But doing it when a opponent is tapped out is pretty good. All right. Tristan. Callous Cultivator. 3 mana, 3/4 Death Touch. All right, that's already fine ROI. I'm good with this. And it enters or transforms, mill 3 cards. Then if there's an elf card, gain 2 life. What's the other side? Oh, no picture, sorry. Yeah, gotcha. My thing wasn't working. Okay. So Tristan on the front side here, Death Touch 3/4. Mill 3 cards. If elf card, gain 2 life. But also already it's a Death Touch 3/4 which in limited is perfectly fine for 3. On the other side though, it says whenever this creature transforms, mill 3 cards, and you can exile an elf card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life. Seems fine. Like, this is probably an A- in limited. It's just a decent ROI. You want to be careful not to mill yourself out flipping it. Yeah. Seems good. I don't think it's as good in constructed. I think it's pretty meh. But it's perfectly acceptable in limited. Deepway Navigator. That's very colorful. I like it. 2/2 flash. When it enters, untap each other merfolk you can... Oh, that's going to lead to some blowouts. As long as you attack with 3 or more merfolk this turn, merfolk you control get +1/+0. All right. Perfectly fine. Useful. You have to be in those colors. I'm going to give it a B+. Seems fine. Man, yeah. A- is maybe a little bit pushing it. This isn't going to put me into merfolk, if that makes any sense. Sig's Command. 3 mana. Trade a token that's a copy of target merfolk you control. Create a token as a copy of target merfolk you control. Creature's target player controls gain lifelink until end of turn. That's relevant. Target player draws a card, sure. Tap target creature, put a stun counter on. Yeah, for 3 mana, choose 2. That's nice. I like it. I'm gonna go A- on this one. Decent card. And it's Margaret Organ Keen. Nice. Oh my god, that's so amazing. So we said this before on the like untapped the first look limited for the uncommon and common, but if you are unfamiliar, Margaret Organ Keen is one of the earlier artists in Magic and hasn't been illustrating for a very long time. So it is so amazing that that she is back. So you may be familiar with this particular card, which in its first printing, its illustrator was Margaret Organ Keen. And that was like that and Tempest, the Tempest card were the last cards that we have seen illustrated by Margaret Organ Keen for a very long time. So that is the amazing artist that is Margaret Organ Keen, and now is back and has done not only the uncommon that we saw, this aspirant, but also this rare now, apparently, this Sig's Command. So that is pretty cool. And I love the way that she did this. This is so neat. And the 2 sides of Sig. Cool. Yeah, that's just a really cool card, and a really cool artist illustrating magic cards again. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, we rated that one. So, oh, stupid. Okay. Okay. I've seen a couple of these, the elemental incarnations, because they made the rounds on socials. But basically, they are nice because they are scalable cards for the 4 mana thing, because you can evoke them if you need to, or you can cast them for their full cost. So all of these elementals are mythic. They all have a hybrid mana cost. This one happens to be Dimir hybrid, so 4 and 2 of Dimir hybrid mana. And it is a 5/5. When it enters, if you spent double blue, you return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you spent double black, target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, then that player discards that card. But you may evoke it for black or blue. Obviously, you do not want to evoke it for blue-black. That would be bad. Do not do that. If you evoke it for blue-black, nothing is going to happen because it's going to enter and you're not going to have spent blue or black. So neither of the two triggers will occur. So be careful. So when you cast it, you want to make sure that at least hope auto tapper doesn't F everything. So when you cast it, right, if you spend 4 and 2 blue, and then you also happen to spend 2 black within that, you'll get both of the effects and a 5/5 for a 6 mana, which is pretty cray. Most of these elementals are things you're going to want to slam, in my opinion. The worst case scenario is you evoke it early to, either bounce something or, thought seize them. Not thought seize because you're not taking any damage, but you get the idea. Yeah. Take it. It's these in my opinion are probably A+, and some of them, I don't think this one necessarily is an S tier. It might be. It's definitely A+, but I do think 2 of the others are S tier. Well, no, one of the others is S tier. Yeah, the blue-green one I think is S tier. Maybe this one's S tier as well. Anyway, it's at least A+. Slam it. Dream Harvest. Oh boy. So this is a lovely trick for my Tasha deck, which involves casting spells from other players in EDH. And I think that's basically where this belongs. So this is a 7 mana spell. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they've exiled cards with total mana value of 5 or greater this way. Until end of turn, you may cast cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. I'm pretty sure this is not that good in limited. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't play this, in fact. Most, like, it's no breach. So so Breach the Multiverse is the same cost, and each player mills 10 card, and then you get to choose a creature or planeswalker card in the graveyard and put those cards into battlefield under your control. So you get 2 things, and they're guaranteed to be stupid in theory. In theory. This one, not so much. So this one's definitely going to go into my Tasha deck, but I really don't think it should be played in limited. I don't think the ROI is worth it at all. So there you go. Moving along. Grub's Command, 5 mana, Kindred Sorcery, Goblin, really cute art. Choose to create a token that's a copy of target goblin you control. Creature's target player control gets +1 +1 and haste until end of turn. Destroy target artifact or creature. Okay. Target player mills 5 cards and puts each goblin card milled this way into their hand. I like the destroy target artifact or creature mode at the base of it. At 5 mana, I really don't like the +1/+1 and gains haste. That's less interesting to me. It was always more interesting to me on things like creature, like a card that actually costs 1 less and puts 2 into play until end of turn, like already. So that's already 4 mana, 4 power attacking across 2 bodies with haste. So I don't know that I like this one. It's also a sorcery, which this was as well, but like I'm not sure that I like this one that much. Comparatively, like this mode. I do like destroy target artifact or creature. I think for 5, if you're getting that and like some goblin cards off the top of your library, or maybe a haste, but sometimes you'll get this. That'll be fine. I do think the removal in this is not good enough that like getting like you can't really turn down a 5 mana like destroy any artifact or creature in this format, I'm pretty sure. So this is pretty good for that reason. It does commit you to 2 colors, so I'm not taking this like super early. So I think this is probably a B plus. And yeah, I think it's probably a B plus. Could be an A minus. It depends. If I'm copying a rare goblin, sure, I'm really happy about this, but that's kind of the ceiling. And then killing something, yeah. All right. Target player controls get +1/+1 and again haste until end of turn and kill something for 5. I mean, that might be able to just win you the game at some point, but I can't guarantee it. So I think it's probably going to be... Yeah, I'm going to give this a B plus for now. Shadow Urchin. So this is this is calling back to Dusk Urchins. So 3 mana, 3/4. Whenever this creature attacks, blight 1. So you don't have to put the counter on it. You can put the counter on something else. Whenever a creature that you control, obviously that's what blight is. Whenever a creature you control with 1 or more counters on it dies, exile that many cards from the top of your library. Until your next end step, you may play those cards. That is pretty sweet. So you can get card advantage by attacking with this. That is really, really nice. The same principle here was the original Dusk Urchins, right? 3 mana, 4/3. Which honestly, having to attack with this, the extra toughness is actually very nice. As opposed to the extra power here. But whenever it attacks or blocks, put a -1/-1 counter on it. And when it's put the graveyard from play, draw a card for each -1/-1 counter on it. So this is here whenever a creature you control dies. So you don't actually have to blight itself. You can keep getting value off of it. Build your own skull clamp. Yes, sort of. Yeah, essentially. So I really do like this card. I think it's really good. I think I'm going to give it an A-. It's just a nice card. Good value. Good stats. Yeah. Now, note, if you have no other creatures, the blight one will have to go on there. You don't have a choice not to blight, but it seems okay. Okay. Raiding Schemes. 5 mana. Each non-creature spell you cast has Conspire. Fascinating. Interesting. I don't like this. Here's why. It's 5 mana, do nothing the turn it comes into play. I don't like that. That's number 1. Number 2. Gruul decks are mostly creatures. So to really maximize this, you probably want to run a bunch of non-creature spells. So you're digging into your creature arsenal in order to be able to put a bunch of non-creature spells that are good to double. But you have to have 2 creatures untapped that share color with that spell to double it. And I don't like this card. I really don't like this card. I think it's actually unplayable. I'm ready to be wrong, but I don't like it. I don't think this does what Gruul wants to do at all. Gruul wants to go charge. And if I'm sitting back and tapping my untapped creatures to double spells after doing nothing on turn 5, I don't like it. Anyway. Oh, this card's stupid. This card's dumb. So not only is it dumb for constructed, because if you look at the ability here, right? This is another of the incarnations where if you pay double of a certain color, you get a certain effect. When this creature enters, if double green was spent to cast it, search your library for a land card. A land card. So this is a Sylvan Scrying on a stick. You can go find your Gaia's Cradle. You can go find whatever land makes people unhappy. You can find a planet. You can find a... Yeah. You can find any land you want and gain 2 life. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So this card is crazy in constructed, which is really nice. But you can also, you know, obviously get in a lightning strike. 3 damage to any target for double red. And that evoke is really nice and useful in limited as well. Because if you can't pay 4 and if you're dying or something's happening and you really just need to ramp or do whatever it is, or, sorry, find a land or do the 3 damage, great. But this card is fantastic. It is so good. Obviously 5 mana for a 4/4 in limited is actually not good for what green can do, but the additional, those 2 additional things is blah. Now, you can run this in a mono red deck and be perfectly happy. You do not have to run this in a green deck in limited. Chances are you don't really care about fetching up a particular land that much. But having a 4/4 for 5 that also deals 3 damage to any target when it enters the battlefield is crazy and limited. So again, A+, possibly S, grab it. It's good. I don't think S. I really don't think it's so good, but like I really doesn't auto win the game really. Even if you don't answer it that turn, it's just very good. I think it's still A+ then. Bridget's Command, one and the other one though. This one, as long as you get to 6 mana, which again, that's a little bit of a cost, so it does, you know, bring the card down just a little bit, but you can take out any removal that they have for it. You can stop, you know, put away a blocker that they might have. This one might have to be answered, and it might just take away the answer. So that's just interesting. I think I like that one in limited as well. Just like they're both great in limited. All right. Bridget's Command, 3 mana, Kithkin sorcery, create a token of top card Kithkin. They all start with that for like their particular typal stuffs. Kindred thing. Target player creates a 1/1 green and white. Ugh, that's not enough. Why not 2? Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Target creature fights target a creature an opponent controls. Oh, it's 3 mana, fine. I'm getting greedy. Yeah, I think this is an it's a fight spell with green white, so I think this is a B+. This is good stuff. It's decent. Fine. Figure of Fable. Okay, so this is a harkening back to Figure of Destiny. So this was originally from Eventide here. It was a really crazy card. It did crazy things in Standard at the time. So it was a 1 mana card that you could then pay and just scale it up and do crazy stuffs. And so it's just a really good value card. Obviously, it's not that anymore. Let's see what this one is. So this one can become a 2/3 for the next one. Whereas that one became a 2/2. This one for 3 can become a 4/5. This was a 4/4. And you don't need the full... This one needed... Each of these things didn't have a colorless in them, so that was actually a harder cost to upgrade. And this one's 6 mana, 7, 8, and protection from each of your opponents. Okay. But that's not protection for their creatures either, so that's interesting. 8, 8... I think I prefer the flying and first strike of this. Although, again, that could be removed. But this one has protection from your opponents. They can't target it. Yeah, this is just a good value card in limited. It's just an A. It's a good card. But you do have to commit to green-white to be able to really do this. Green or white, both, right? I think since the rest of their body is rather the same size, they just pull off from the from above is my guess. But yeah, I have always wondered about the mechanics of having this particularly large head. I feel like that would be hard to hold up all day. It means also from creatures they control? Uh... Pure. Oh. Block targeted, dealt damage, or chanted by anything controlled by... Okay, you're right. Maybe it works that way. I did not know that they gave you protection from their creatures blocking. That's cool. Okay, yeah. I haven't played with True Name Nemesis. Can you tell? I avoided that card like the plague. In my constructed decks. I did play it once or twice in limited, so I should have probably remembered there, but it was like once a long time ago when it first came out. In like a cube. No, it was actually Battle Bond. It was actually Battle Bond. I think I had it one time in a Battle Bond game. But yeah, okay, so protection from each of your opponents apparently means also their creatures. So yeah, this thing's great. I like it. I mean, it is a large mana investment, so, and you know, it can be killed along the way, but not too easily. It's a mana sink. It's good. I'm going to give it, yeah, it's just a really good card. I'm going to give it an A / probably, yeah, it could just take over a game. I'm going to give it but that's 6 mana there. Yeah, still an A / A+, that's fine. It's definitely not S tier, I don't think. Not with the time and mana investment you used to. So basically you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over the course of 3 turns. And then you need, so on turn 6, if you play this on turn 1, that's only if you play this on turn 1 and hasn't died. On turn 6, you will have invested 11 mana for this. And it's 7 damage, which is nice, but you have to have survived all that and have spent all this mana on one creature. I'm gonna go A. I think it's good, and it can be an A+ again. I just don't have that yet. But I think because of the mana expenditure, because it's 6 here, because it's 11 total, and you haven't been sort of powering up other stuff, because you've been spending money on it. Yeah. If you ramp, maybe. Yeah. All right, Abigail, Eloquent First Year. 2 mana, 1/1 flying first strike. When Abigail enters, up to 1 other target creature loses all abilities. Put a flying counter, a first strike counter, and a lifelink counter on that creature. Oh, okay. That seems good. I like that card. Okay, so basically this comes into play, and you make your other, like a 4/4 that you have, you make it into a 4/4 flying first strike lifelink creature. Seems good. It's a bird bard, which is awesome. Yes, it will sing you the song of its people. The problem with this card is that it's not a 2-drop. You definitely do not want to play this as a 2-drop, I think. Because you really want to get the value off of it. So it's a later drop. But the nice thing is you can double spell probably, like maybe at turn 5 or something like that. You'd play this on 2? No. I really want that value. I definitely want that value. That's not correct. I'm not going to play a 2-mana flying first strike lifelink when I could play something that, like, I could, you know, maybe curve into something with, like, even on a turn 4, give a 3/3 like flying first strike and haste. That's so much better. So much better. So yeah, so we're seeing, it's like, so it's not a 2-drop, so that's important to remember. And then go for, let's see. Because yeah, that can just end a game. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this being an A. I like this card. Emptiness. Okay, so 6 mana, 3/5, double white. You return target creature card with mana of 3 or less from the grave to the battlefield. That's not necessarily always going to hit, but that's fine. This is pretty late game. It might work. And then you could also do it earlier for the evoke. That might work, definitely. When this creature enters, if black was spent to cast, put 3/1 result. Yeah, sure. This card is great. A plus. Cool. Ashlink's Command. Five mana. Create a token that's a copy of target elemental you control. Target player draws 2 cards. Deals 2 damage to target each creature target player controls. Holy crap! Oh, that's gonna wreck some people. Man, okay. This one's really good. This one's actually an A-. This one's really sweet. There's a lot of stuff in this with 2 toughness. There's so much, and it's just each creature target player is just one-sided. That's crazy. That's dumb. You're gonna have to play around this too if you'd like your element, like the opponent's elementals and goblins or whatever it is, red and blue are attacking. You're gonna have to be very careful that you remember that the 2 damage is also potentially there. God. Okay. Yeah, that card's good. Okay. Sanar, innovative first year. Okay. This one has a wallow text. So here we go. 4 mana, 2/4. At the beginning of your first main phase, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X non-land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So let's assume you just have Sanar. So you're going to reveal cards from the top of your library and you reveal 2 non-land cards, where X is the number of colors. Sorry, we're 2 non-land cards. For each of those colors, so we have 2 colors, you may exile a card of that color from among the revealed cards. So if you reveal a red and you reveal a blue card, you can exile those 2 cards and you can cast the exiled cards this turn. This is interesting. I think this is good in limited. Where do the other cards go? This doesn't say where the other cards go. Do they go on the bottom of your library and then shuffle? Or like, oh, it doesn't matter because you're just shuffling, right? You reveal and you put it back into the library? I mean, it says shuffle, right? But it says reveal. No, they're not just gone because it doesn't say exile. Reveal cards back on top or something. This is weird. It usually says like where you put the cards, then you shuffle when you're revealing. But I guess because you're shuffling, it doesn't matter. It's just for newer players, I would have liked if they said put it back in the thing. No, it's reveal cards. It doesn't say exile cards from the top of your library until you reveal these, and you may exile a card of that. It's only the only exiled cards are the ones that you revealed that were shared a color of the permanents. So basically, if you reveal 2 non-land cards and for each of those colors, meaning in this case we're just assuming blue, red, you exile 1 blue card and 1 red card maximum. So those are the only cards that are exiled. So I assume they're just cutting corners by not telling like I think they now have assumed that people understand that when you reveal, you're just going to put it on the bottom and then shuffle. But that's just annoying. Okay. But I think this is pretty good. It just gets some value, I think, as long as you're in these colors. It seems decent. It's a 2/4 for 4, which is not good ROI, but hopefully, right, again, the next turn, if it survives, you get these things. I think it's a B+. I think it's perfectly playable. and I think it does some work. It also is 4 mana, notably, so it triggers your 4 mana synergies. So that's just interesting, and maybe you get like 3 things, and yeah. Seems like a good way to get more card value out of your deck. Right, you could yeah, you could do this. So okay, so that's this card is stupid. This card I have seen. Mainly because people are going ape over the like cloven toes. Satyr foot picks on main. Yeah. So this is a 4 mana 4/4, already good stats. Whenever it or another elf you control enters, each opponent blights one. Which, as long as they don't have something, you know, that benefits from, you know, the counters, which they might. But you especially don't want them to have this. So she looks like she moisturizes and shaves. Apparently elves care about that stuff too. Anyway. But you can tap 3 untapped elves you control to proliferate. Activate only as a sorcery. So you can start killing their things with -1/-1 counters on them. So it's just very nice return on investment. It's also just pretty powerful. I'm gonna go with an A, because it's whenever another elf as well enters, so it just keeps going, and then you can tap to do this. I think it's an A. That's a good card. Lorwyn, Imperfect Naturalist, 2 mana 1/3. When it enters mill 4 cards, then you may put a creature or land card from among the milled cards on top of your library. That's perfectly fine. I wish I put it into hand, but there you are. Pay 5, just tap, discard a land card, create a 1/1 black and green worm creature token for each land card in your graveyard. Not bad, because elves are going to be milling a lot. It's not super exciting. I'm going to give it a B+. It does what elves want to do. But yeah. I don't know that I would splash this in a non-elf deck. No. Because in order for her to really... like, you need this to happen. If you have no more elves than this, no. I would not splash her. She is best in a dedicated elf deck. But you at least have to have a bunch of elves. You can't just splash her in a random non-elf deck. That doesn't make any sense. You really want more elves to come into play so that you can do these things, right? Where not only you can blight opponent's stuff, but you can proliferate the blight counters. All right, so yeah, this one, again, yeah, we do this, okay. Shapeshifters work also, yep. But if you say non-elf, I'm going to assume you're also saying non-shapeshifter, because those are elves. Tristan's Command, 6 mana. Choose to create a token that's a copy of target elf you control. Return 1 or 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target creature or enchantment for 6. Creature target player can always get plus until end of turn and tap them. Okay, yeah. I think this is still a B+. But it could be, like, because it's 6 mana. Destroy target creature, and then also do the things. I think it's in his sorcery speed, so yeah. Breeze is so good! So good! This one is a, so... actually, this one's a little dangerous, now that I'm reading it very carefully. So here's the thing. You have 4/4/4, which is good stats, nice. You also can give another target creature flying and lifelink until end of turn, with a 1 and a white, which is a really good way to end the game quickly. The only problem is, if you give like a 6/6 flying and lifelink until end of turn, and that doesn't end the game. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile it. No, wait. No, we're okay. This is fine. Okay, I think, okay. No, I get it. If you gain life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. all of the cards that you exile will remain exiled. Until that non-land card. Mercifully, we have a lot of non-land cards in limited as like proportionally. So I think this should be fine because all of them will remain exiled. You just don't want to, mill yourself out necessarily. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. So let's say you threw a 6/6 at them. As long as the non-land card that you find has mana cost 6 or less, you can put that onto the battlefield. Otherwise, right? You can cast it. It's actually a full cast. It's not put it onto the battlefield. It's cast that card without paying its mana cost. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So you either draw a card, right? If you didn't gain enough life equal to or less than its like casting cost. Sorry, equal to or greater than its particular casting cost. Or you get to put it onto the battlefield, cast it rather. So, yes. Okay, so you're not going to mill yourself out that much because it's until you exile a non-land card. Unless you just literally like land, and then you get the non-land card and there are like 3 cards left in your deck and you're like, son of a... Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I think it's really good. I think I'm going to give it an A. That's a fun one. And I can definitely go there. So, but yeah, like you could exile and then like you can have hits where you're just like, I don't have enough cards left to win this game, but we'll see. Hey Prakub, how you doing? So yeah, this seems fun. I'm gonna give it an A. I like it. Catharsis, 6 mana slug. Sorry. Elemental Incarnation, 3/4 for 6 mana, not great, but if double white was spent, you get 2 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token bodies. So that's 5 power, 6 toughness over 3 bodies, and then if you spend the double red, you get +1/+1 and gain +1/+1 and gain haste until end of turn for all your creatures. So that's effectively 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power, and 11 toughness. Wait, what? Yeah, what? No. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, it's just like I'm not thinking right because I'm too tired. Yeah. Carry the one. Sorry, I'm good. So it's 2 power here, 2 power here, 2 toughness here, 2 toughness here, and then 5 here. So it's 9 toughness. I can actually. All right. So yeah, 8, 9 worth of stats across 3 bodies that are attacking with haste, which is pretty darn sweet. This is going to end a lot of games. Again, it's reminiscent of the heroic reinforcements, which is nice. But for 4 mana, the 6 one is a nice top end. It's very good. You can evoke and get the 2 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens pretty happily. And then also you could evoke for the disc just to really end the game as well. I think this is a very good card. I do think it's an A+. Like the other elementals, it seems pretty darn sweet. All right. Kirol, Attentive First Year. 3 mana, 3/3. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only once each turn. Okay. Seems fine. It's a little gimmicky. I think it's a B+. But perfectly fine. 3 mana for 3/3, fine. And then also, so on occasion, you'll get some good stuffs here for the triggered ability. Interesting. Okay. Tam, Mindful First Year. Each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its colors. 2 mana, 2/2. Each other creature. So this would be protection from red and protection from white. Sorry. Hexproof from red, hexproof from white. I can talk. Target creature you control becomes all colors until end of turn. Okay, so you can protect your other creatures as long as they don't have a colorless removal spell. You can't protect it, so it has to be removed first. So this is harkening back to like Mother of Runes and Giver of Runes and stuff like that. But in terms of, but it has the static, which is really nice. This is removed fairly easily by most of the removal in the format, but the fact that they have to first use removal on that before others is pretty sweet. I mean, becomes all colors, right? And then means that that creature is unblockable, right? By anything but colorless. I like this card. I think it's an... I think it's a... Oh, hexproof, right? Not protection from. I keep saying protection and thinking protection. So you protect it from the spells that they have. That's fine. And it activates Vivid all on its own for the full 5. That's fascinating because that makes this card very good. That makes all the Vivid cards very good. But it makes the white Vivid card much better. That I wasn't a fan of in the original time we saw it. This Kith Keeper? No, not that one. The green one, I guess it was then. The common. Yeah, it makes this thing great. No, they got dropped into Lorwyn. That's the first thing, is no explanation, and they're just like dropped into Lorwyn. This much of the story I know. I really do need to read more of the stories. Apparently they're amazing. But yeah, this thing is amazing with that. So you just give one more thing, all the colors, and then you can cast this for such little... Yeah, I really like this card for enabling Vivid and then a bunch of synergies and just protecting your creatures. And it has to be removed first. I'm going to go with an A for this one. I think it's just very good. I mean, I could be overvaluing it. It could be just an A-, but I think it's an A. Okay. This thing is dumb. This one, I think I want to say... I really want to say S tier, just because 5 mana for a 6/5 that also draws 2 and exiles artifact or enchantment, because there's a lot of artifacts and enchantments in this. But mainly the draws 2, 6/5, 5, draw 2 is so good. I don't think it probably isn't S tier though. It's still probably A+. I mean, because it doesn't win the game instantly. It's just really good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with A+ on this. This is so good. Draw 2, discard 1. Sorry, yeah. Doran, Besieged by Time, 4 mana. Oh yeah, Doran. Okay. Each creature spell, yeah, so butt deck, right? Yeah. Makes your butts cost 1 less to cast. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it's plus X plus X until end turn, where X is the difference between its power and toughness. Nice. Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen the original, this is Doran the Siege Tower. All growed up. So this was Abzan Colors 05. Each creature signs combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So it was attacking as a 5/5. But what I want you to see here is the tragedy that is Doran. So the flavor text in the original Doran reads, each year that passes rings you inwardly with memory and might. Wield your heart and the world will tremble. But the new Doran reads the following. Each year that passes rots you with scars. Shelter your heart, for the world is cruel. Doran's seen some shit. And this breaks my heart a little bit. So I think Doran is all of us right now here. But yeah. Brutal. So anyway, this is Doran. And whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets plus another turn where X is the difference between its power and toughness. Obviously, this one's going to get +5/+5 until end of turn, so it's going to attack as a 5/10. And you can make this work a bunch of ways. There's a few things that really go well with this. But Shadowmoor Doran is yeah. is not the most peppy of tree folk. We'll put it that way. So, this is Doran. It was not terribly playable and limited when it first came out. This one, you know, we've actually seen a lot of creatures with power, the toughness greater than their power, in the set. I don't know whether this is worth the tricolor expenditure for a 4-mana 5/10 only on the attack and block. 5 doesn't die to most of the removal at common at all. Most of it. It does die to one black spell that I saw when we were doing the review. This thing, Bog Slither's Embrace. Works perfectly fine with Meek Attack. Yeah, go 5 colors and run Doran. That'll be fantastic. Doran Meek Attack 5/10 coming at you with haste. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, it does to this, but that's like one of the only pieces of common removal that dies to effectively. Blue can deal with it, but it still gets this unless it does the remove ability thing, it still makes another creature do this stuff. I don't know how to rank this card. I'm gonna go with a B- for now. But we'll see. In limited? I don't think so. All right. Marilyn Fae Ascendant. Yeah, you're talking. I'm not talking constructed, hon. This is a limited set first look. Marilyn Fae Ascendant, 5 mana, 4/5 flyer. Okay, that's fine. Whenever it or another elf or fairy you control enters, exile the top 2 cards of target opponent's library. Once each turn, you may cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control from among cards exiled with Marilyn this turn without paying its mana cost. Okay, so she comes in, she exiles 2 cards. We have one elf and fairy. Is she going to count herself as 2 because she's both an elf and a fairy? Chat, do you know if she counts herself as both an elf and a fairy? I feel like that doesn't work flavorfully, obviously, because I think you just have the one elf. Because there's number of elves and fairy. I have one elf here. But I also have a fairy. The number of elves you control plus the number of elves. Okay. What do you mean or? Where are you seeing this less than or equal to? And then it's number of elves and fairies. Huh. I mean, this is an and right there. Like, there's, like, first ball elf or fairies. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about this down here. Once each turn, you may cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control. This does count as both an elf and a fairy. It is, so if you count elves, you count 1. If you count fairies, you count 1. I feel like she does 2. But flavorfully, that doesn't work because she's still just one creature. Let me look at, see if there's a ruling already. Let's look at Gatherer. Gatherer doesn't tell us. I'm not actually sure. I don't know. The way it's phrased is very confusing. Because she is both an elf and a fairy. She is one creature, but she is both an elf and a fairy. So you control... Yeah, you just control one elf or one fairy. I think only one. It's just very confusingly phrased. But I think the earlier comment from... I think Cataras the cat is correct. I think it would have to be worded the number of elves you control plus the number of fairies you control. But normally that's how they would shorthand this that way. So I think it's one, but we're not going to quote ourselves on that. I think it's one. She provides one. So you're going to exile the top 2 cards of target opponent's library. And then the next turn, or this turn, right, if you have an extra mana, if you exiled one, a 1-drop, right, spell, right, you could play that. And then the next turn, if you cast another elf or another fairy, you exile another 2 cards, and you have 2, so if you exiled something with 2 in either of those times, you could do that. No, it's this turn. Only this turn, if you exile something with 2, you could do it. Okay. It's still a 5-mana 4/5 that does some things. I think it's going to be a B+ or B. I think it's really hard to cast, so probably B or B-, maybe actually where it ends up. But it is a big flyer for what it's worth. I'm gonna give it a B for now. It might go down. Chronicle of Victory, 6 mana. As it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +2/+2 and have first strike and trample. And whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, draw a card. Alright, so basically we've got a 5 mana. When it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. Whenever you cast a creature spell of the chosen type, draw a card. For 1 more mana, you are getting an extra +1/+1 and first strike and trample. Now, for this being 1 more mana, it matters less afterwards when you cast a spell of the chosen type, just because, again, you're closer to emptying out your hand at that point in theory. But, gosh, that's a good card. Yeah, exactly, Cutaras. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I think you're probably correct. Uncanny, I don't think you're correct. She counts herself, like, you can, if you exile, right? If she comes in, you exile the top 2 cards of opponent's library, and then if you exiled a 1 mana thing, right, equal to the number of elves or fairies, so if she counts as an elf or a fairy, with one or the other in this case, so yeah, you could cast a 1 mana drop. Uncanny, you're incorrect. Because it is going to exile based on her ability. So if you have 1, you can do it because she's 1. So yeah. So 6 mana, choose a creature. Yeah, this card is very good if you have a very tuned Kindred deck in your limited format. That's less likely, but still possible. Again, if you have enough shapeshifters, you can pretty much, and if you're like the only elf player at the table, or the only merfolk player at the table, or the only giant player, or the only blah, this is probably worth taking. I don't know that I mean, you can try to force one thing just to do this. We have a bunch of common and uncommon changelings that are pretty good to run if you have this. I'm not sure how many of them. There are a couple uncommons that are very good. But the others are pretty weak overall. So if you don't have to run them, you'd rather run, the actual cards there. So I think you'd have to have at least like 7 or 8 minimum to want to run this. Minimum. But like the ally decks in Avatar were so good for this. Like, and the fact that most of the kindreds go across 2 colors should make it much easier to get good enough for this. I'm gonna give it an A-. I could be overvaluing it because I think that it's pretty easy to get the preponderance of creatures of a particular type that you would need for it. I think. Because we have, I mean, you have Kithkin in green and white, and you have, of course, the changelings, like, you know, chomping, and you have the 3 mana uncommon. The other one, you have the colorless one here, the changeling wayfinder, that you're probably running for fixing anyway. You could run this in a desperation. And then at the start, I mean, you can... I don't think there were many in whites. Yeah, there's just the really good one that I can't look at without cracking up. But I don't remember any commons in the white. Uncommon there. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you can do this. I feel like you can. I could be wrong. I'm going to give it that ranking. Mirror Mind Crown, 4 mana. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature, the first time you create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may create that many tokens that are copies of... What? Oh, okay. So you need to pay 6 mana, and then the next time you make a token, you get a copy of that creature that this is equipped to. And if you make 2 tokens, you're going to get 2 copies of the creature. This is way too slow. I don't think this is playable. I think you can gimmick it out. Like, you can definitely gimmick this. I don't think it's worth it. I'm going to go unplayable on this one. I think it's a wonderful card for constructed and some having some fun with your tokens decks and stuff. So, okay, now we got the shocks. Take those, their money. Also, they fix. And now we have the lovely special guests. So here we go. Idyllic Tutor. Search your library for enchantment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Unless you have a really fantastic enchantment, and there aren't that many in this, I wouldn't bother. But it is really pretty, and it's probably a bit of money. So yeah. Like, I don't think there is any like crazy bomb enchantments that I remember seeing in this, just having gone through. Obviously, Sapling Nursery really good, but you want it in a mono green deck, so this isn't really going to be doing much for you. I mean, unless you really want to splash a couple white for it, so that you essentially have 2 copies of Sapling Nursery in your deck, maybe. Were there anything else that's like, I really want that enchantment collective? No. More time, no. Kin binding maybe, but probably not. Yeah, I don't think this is playable. Kinsvale Cavalier. Oh, it's Kinsvale Cavalier. Night creatures. Connected creatures you control have double strike. So this is a reprint. All of these are reprints, obviously. I shouldn't like say that. Yeah. So this is a 2/2 double striker that gives all the night creatures double strike. I do not know how many night creatures we have in this. Let's look at the white just to, you know, blah, warrior, soldier, advisor, scout, blah, 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 scout, blah, Kithkin, soldier. 1 knight so far and a shapeshifter. Yikes. Yeah, I know. This is actually in my all the things deck, I think. Oh, no, it might have been the indestructible one that I put in instead. In green, there's some. Okay, let's go take a look at that. Thank you for letting us know. Druid, also, scout, blah. Nope. No knights here. Shapeshifter, though. This little bugger that's, it is technically white, so we could use that as that. Previous, just checking the bottom of the green down here. Shapeshifter. Yeah, it's just the changelings mostly. Like, I don't think this one is necessarily there. I don't want a 2/2 for striker because, again, there's so much 2 mana, like 2 or 2 toughness or power removal at common. That said, it's still probably fine if you have a ton of stuffs. But I'm going to give it a C+. Mistbind Clique. Jeez. Okay, they brought back the Champion of Fairy. This is great. I like it. There's enough fairies that I'm pretty sure I'll have one on the board to champion. It has flash, so pretty sweet. And remember, these are only vulnerable to the removal. So if you only have one fairy in play, you don't want to cast it. If you have two, and your opponent has mana up to do a removal spell, you don't want to cast it. But if you have two fairies on the board, you can probably risk it. That's pretty sweet. I like it. I'm going to put this as an A-. Pretty stuff. Good things. Wanderwine Prophets. Oh, damn. Wow. Okay, wait. Another champion. This one wasn't... This one was so difficult to play properly. Because you had to champion a merfolk already underneath it. And then you had to be able to sacrifice a merfolk whenever it dealt damage. It had to deal damage. It was 6 mana 4/4. I don't think this was good enough when it was first played. And I don't think this is going to work. So this is the old instance of champion. We have discussed it already. I don't really want to bore people with it again. I'll give you a really quick rundown. Basically, when this comes into play, you sacrifice another merfolk or you sacrifice this. There's no other choice. So basically, if you have no other merfolk in play, you're just going to sacrifice this. So if you have two merfolk in play, you might be safe because you play it, and even if they remove one of those merfolk, you can you can sacrifice the other one. And then this is here. When this leaves the battlefield, when this leaves the battlefield, you'll get that creature back onto the battlefield. So it is another way to get another ETB from that creature. But yeah. So you can also see the full things if you look up let's just put Wanderwine Prophets in the original. So this is the original champion of merfolk, right? When this comes into play, sacrifice it unless you remove another merfolk you control from the game. So you exile it. When this leaves play, that card returns to play. So there are times when this is going to be great, but it's a lot of work. I'm gonna give it it's so much work. I'm gonna give it a C+. But yeah. But these, notably, this is a much better thing against counterspells. If you counter this card, you just lose this card. For the newer champions, the ones that are actually labeled champions in the name, if you counter them, you lose them and the card. So that sucks. Bitter Blossom is also back in the... Okay, just take that card. All right, Fairy Macabre. 3 mana, 2/2 flyer, discard this card, exile up to 2 target cards from the graveyards. It's just useful. It was a common. It was more useful in combination with other stuff than it was on its own. It just wasn't that strong as a card. This can be useful against elf synergies, but this is just like essentially any other common. This is C+. Just fine. Goblin Chieftain, oh wow. Okay, so they reprinted the Goblin Lord. Haste, other goblin creatures you control get +1/+1 and have haste. It's just a good card. Alright. Again, it has to be in that particular deck, but it's really good for that particular deck. I'm gonna give it a B+. Goblin Sharpshooter. Oh, this needed a reprint because I think this was so expensive. So in Onslaught, here's the Greg Staples art. This was freaking fantastic. Yeah, see, this was like a $20 card minimum. Dang. So yeah, this needed a reprint. It's combos with things, basically. It doesn't untap during your untap step, but when a creature is put into graveyard from play, untap it. So deals 1 damage to target creature or player, right? There is a black combat trick that gives Death Touch. We have seen that here. It's toward the end. It's Scarblade's Malice here. Target creature you control gains Death Touch and lifelink until end of turn. So that does mean that this will every time it does 1 damage to a creature, it will kill that creature and it will untap and keep going. So you can wipe their board with this plus a death touch trick. So on its own, if you don't have that death touch trick, it's not very good. Although a lot of things are going to be dying these days to blight counters, etc. And there are blight, death touch synergy triggers. So it's not the worst. I do think it's probably a C plus still. Unless you get that trick, but you can pretty easily get that trick. I'm gonna go with B minus. It's pretty cool. This is not a blood artist. The sharpshooter's decent. The trick doesn't look that bad. No, we talked about this trick the other day. This was pretty good. Remember things like that replace themselves with a body are very nice. And that may trade up. So we did a thing with Duskmoor and red cards. So yeah, if you want to see that, you can see it on the YouTube. Heat Shimmer. Create a token that's a copy of target creature's gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, exile this token. So you can do this to get a creature attacking in, get the ETBs. It's not super exciting and outside of like constructed usually. You can copy their creature, which is also nice if they have the best creature on the board. That's also an interesting thing. And it being an end step, exile this token. Probably still like a C plus / B minus, unless you have a bomb, in which case it goes up, right? If you have multiple bombs, it goes up. So, but notably, create a token that's a copy of target creature except it has haste. You should remember that these here, I'll not scroll up, I'll show you. If you remember the elementals that we were talking about that were so exciting in this, like Deceit, you have had, like, you're not going to get the ETBs because you have to cast it. So if you create a token that is a copy of Deceit, you are not going to get these effects. Because these are if this was spent to cast it. So in some ways, these evoke elementals are not as good as the old evoke elementals, like Muldrifter, for example, right? Which just have ETBs when they that trigger. So when they come into play, you get to do X, Y, or Z. So you can evoke this for 3. When it comes into play, draw 2 cards. You can flicker it and or reanimate it and draw 2 cards. These elementals are not going to do that. So Heat Shimmer on an elemental like this, right? It's not going to get, it's just going to get a 5/5. That's it. Okay? So please remember that this is not as good as it looks against some of the best cards in the format. So just remember that. So that's why we're rating it a little low. Devoted Druid. Okay, so this is just ramp. Good, strong ramp. -1/-1 counters on this, right? Removing counters, we got some synergies. So that's a really nice little card. I'm going to give it probably a B+. It's just a strong uncommon level thing. So maybe a B, because it's just a strong uncommon. Helix Pinnacle. Jesus Christ. No, do not take this card. Do not take this card. So yeah, Risk has the ability to remove counters, etc., and do the like persist stuff. Wait, I need the white. Where's Risk? Here. Yes, Devoted Druid was printed at common at one point. Helix Pinnacle is too much. It's just needed a reprint. Don't take this. It's just unplayable. Leaf Crown Visionary, however, is perfectly playable. You do need a preponderance of elves, but it is really stupid if you get them. So this is an A- card, possibly A. Gross. Okay. Regal Force. Ooh, fun. Another payoff for being mono green. I like it. So this is a 7-mana 5/5, not a good ROI, but it is an elemental, which is fun. So you can actually ramp to it with one of the uncommons that we saw. Where are you, my lovely Flamebraider? So 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells or activate abilities of elemental sources. So you can ramp into this a little bit faster, but you draw a card for each green creature you control, so make sure that you are more heavily green. It is pretty cool. Again, and if you are also ramping with whatever other things you're ramping with, there are a bunch of green spells that ramp, there are a bunch of green elves that ramp, etc. You can probably get this out pretty quickly. So it seems perfectly fine. I think it's an A minus because it requires a little bit of doing, but there we are. Manamorphose. And again, each green creature controls, so the minimum is 1. So there is that. If your board has been wiped. Manamorphose reprint. Okay. This is a combo card. 2 mana in any combination of colors. It helps you cast things and then it replaces itself. It is not a high pick. This is a C+ card, and that's only really if you need extra fixing and you benefit from no, really only if you need extra fixing. That's it. I've got nothing else. Risen Beef! Risen Beef is so good! Take this card. Okay, so this is probably a B+ / A- here. I think it's A-. I think it's an A- in anything with elemental. This is so good. This is so good. And also very cute. This card is so yeah, I love this card. As long as you can get like some elementals or shapeshifters, it's so much value. So this was crazy in its set. I think it was M20 or M19, something like that. Yeah, it was M20. Yep, M20. Yeah, this was so good. So much fun. It's also in my all the things deck, because again, all my changelings are elementals, so it's perfect. But this card is so good, and it's such cute artwork. I love this. So yeah, I think this is probably a B+. It's just because it's still, yeah, it's still a 3-mana 1/1. So, but it's a 1/1 that draws you a card or ramps you land. So it's so good. Slippery Bogle, it's back. So this is the card that gave the name Bogle to the deck, that involves attacking with a gigantic hexproof creature. Make it big, kill OP. So yeah, the art department was just crushing it. All of these cards, no matter how like good or bad they are, I just want to play with all of them because they have such glorious artwork. So this is Slippery Bogle. It's a hexproof 1/1. People would use these in Constructed to put things like they could give it like 1,000,000 plus X+X and do the things. So they have tried to go away from hexproof for the most part. There aren't a lot of cards in this set that I've seen that really pump well. There's a +3, well, hold on, +2/+2 enchantment, I think. That's not like the worst thing to run, but it's not exciting. Give me a second. Yeah, there's a fight one that's 4 mana. Hello? There we go. So there's the Gilt Leaf Embrace, which is +2/+0, but that's not great on a 3/1 that can be blocked. There is the Pitiless Fist, which is the 4 mana one that gives a +2/+2 and can fight something. But again, a 3/3 fighting something is not great either, necessarily. There's only a +3/+3 until end of turn. There's there is one that gives +1/+0 and flying, I think, in white that can recur. Oh, you can also make it a 2/2 effectively with this. Sorry. Yeah, the Everstrikes gives it. Here's +1/+1 and flying. That's kind of it. Like, I don't think this card is particularly great in the set. I think it's an interesting reprint. I just don't think it has a lot of tools in this set to be really terrifying. Around the time that this was printed, we were doing things like Become Immense, right, in cons. Like +6/+6 until end of turn with Delve, and then this thing became gross. There is some equipment, but it's not exciting about it either. There's like +1/+1, and yeah. Dome. Look, I know this needed a reprint, but it doesn't need to be in my limited set. This feels broken. Take it. It's an A+ in limited. But there is at least some artifact and enchantment removal. So at least it's not going to be absolutely like, yeah. It's not an S tier bomb because again, they can just get through with attackers, and you might be on the back foot and not be able to attack and get the value out of it. But yeah, there you go. Wait, how many special guests are there? Okay. Wait. Okay, good. We're almost done. Okay. I was gonna be like, oh god. All right, this one's great. Door of Destinies. Okay, so that's being reprinted. 4 mana. As it enters, choose a creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, put a charge counter on this. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each charge counter on this. Again, you're going to need a lot of cards of a particular type to make this worth it, because it does nothing on 4. You have to then cast another creature of that type to get the +1/+1 for all your creatures of that type. So if you have like 2 Kithkin out on turn, and then you play this on turn 4, and then you play turn 5, and you play another Kithkin, all your Kithkin will get +1/+1. So, but yeah, this is a gorgeous artwork for this too. And the art on the Dolmen Gate is pretty cool. But yeah, both of these needed reprinting, so I am glad that they reprinted them. I'm not happy to see this in my limited set at all. It's just going to cause me grief. So there's Door of Destinies. It's better for constructed, I think. But you can still make use of it potentially. But again, I think obviously that mythic that we saw is going to be way better even at 6 mana. Painter's Servant is oh my god, it's adorable. Okay, so this is a combo piece that was, abused in the past. This is Painter's Servant. This is 2 mana 1/3. As it enters, choose a color. All cards that aren't on the battlefield, spells, and permanents are the chosen color in addition to their other colors. So there were some crazy things you can do with Grindstone, among other things, with this particular card. So this was Tempest Grindstone. 3 and tap, put the top 2 cards of target player's library into that player's graveyard. If both cards share at least one color, repeat this process. So with Painter's Servant, making everything that particular color, even cards that are not on the battlefield, you would mill your opponent out with 1 activation of Grindstone as long as Painter's Servant was on the battlefield. Hey Akil, how you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. What are the odds for these? I actually don't. Oh, Kataros knows, the 1 in 55 apparently. So that's there. So yeah, so this used to be a combination with this lovely card here. Yes, it made lands, it made everything. So you just mill your opponent out with 1 activation of Grindstone as long as Painter's Servant was on the board. So they're reprinting this now. It is really cute. But it is a combo piece. It is not really that exciting normally for limited. However, as this creature enters, choose a color. All cards that aren't on the battlefield, spells, and permanents of the chosen color in addition to their other colors means that you can activate Vivid a little bit more, a little bit sooner. The problem is your opponent can too. So unless you choose a color that they don't have on the battlefield at that point. But basically this Scarecrow, if you choose green, this Scarecrow's green. And if your deck is like red-black, then you now have 3 colors for Vivid. It's just something to look at. And again, I don't know that it's worth it running it just for that, though. I really don't. There's better ways to do that, I think. So yeah. Have fun, Akil! Have fun! Thank you so much for the raid. But yeah, so this is, a thing. So it's really cute. It hasn't been reprinted recently, so it might be a few dollars, because it was always about the combos. So it was printed in the Kaladesh Inventions, and then it was printed in Shadowmoor and the Judge gift cards, but now it's been printed in the Special Guests. I would assume that that's going to bring the price down quite a bit, because it really is a niche card. But yeah, I'm sure that the constructed players will be super happy with this. I don't think this is worth picking up, even though it enables Vivid for you. As I just don't think it's good enough, because it also enables Vivid for them. But if their deck isn't designed around it, it's close. I think it's still a C+. I think you're gonna take it if you really need the Vivid stuffs. So, 1000-Year Elixir. So this is also a thing that needed a reprint. It's more for constructed than anything. and it is a really cool bit of artwork for this one as well. So this is a 3-mana artifact that allows you to activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. So think Krenko, Mob Boss. Here we go. Mob Boss, right? If you can play this and activate it the turn it comes into play, that's just nutty. If you can play and activate many of the creatures that just, tap to do something, that's really dumb. You can also pay 1 and tap to untap it, so you can untap Krenko and then do it again. Woohoo! So there's a lot of usages for this card. It is very stupid and constructed. In limited, it tends not to be. But it does give Ursat's Vigilance, so that's a small bit of value. So you can untap a creature after attacking with it. You can also untap a creature after using it to tap down somebody else's creature, like with this one here, this Trapper. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. So it's still got usage. It's just not very good in this set. So in limited rather. So I would probably give it a C+. It's still useful. It's just not good. Like you can play this card. Like it's not upsetting. It's just it's like any other common. It's just sort of mostly filler. So yeah, so that's the last of the special guests. Then we get into the commander of this set. So that is every single rare and mythic that you may see in a booster pack. It is not 3 mana Doom or nothing because of this particular thing. Click. That's like 8 snap crackle pops. Okay. But yeah, so that's all the commons and uncommons, all the rares and mythics. So every card that you possibly can see in a booster pack for now. So hopefully that gives you some idea of like what sort of synergies and interactions that you're going to have in your pre-release. You'll also be able to see later on today in about 5 hours. There will be the early access. Let me see whether I have, let's see, close this, go stream this way. Let me see whether I actually have gotten the update. There's so many of us who are missing our event tokens for it. So let's see whether they fixed that, because we were all saying, we don't have our event tokens. So let's see. No, it doesn't look like. 1 p.m. Eastern, so about 5 hours. Yeah, I think they may be still asleep or something, because they're probably on the Pacific coast. But for reference, like Mythic Maria, MTG Nerd Girl, myself, there's like 80 million of us that are missing our event tokens. They've had a little bit of an issue, and they didn't until like yesterday give us graphics to advertise it. So I only posted the graphics later. Nib's missing her tokens. Kitty Kate's missing hers. Steph and Brad of Steel City are missing theirs. Graham of Loading Ready Run is missing. Alias V. You may recognize some of these names. But yeah, everybody's missing their event tokens. ePhilly. But yeah, so they're having troubles with this event a little bit. What am I trying first? I'll be doing mostly draft and sealed. I don't really do the constructed ones. But you'll be able to see people can play constructed as well. Do you have any extra packs to open? No. Okay. Does the store have anything interesting in it today? Let's check. Corey Steelcutter art altered. Hmm. Just cosmetics. And Mastery Pass stuffs, which is more expensive than normal. Yay! Slash, like, token thingies. I think if you want the cosmetics, these end up being worth it. But I think if you don't want the cosmetics, it's not worth it at all. I think this is usually $24.99 for 2 draft tokens and a seal token, 5 qualifier playing points. This dude, whatever the dude takes, shape the dude takes, sleeves and a thing. So I think it's just so much more expensive right now. You get 2 more draft tokens, 1 seal token, so you just get more play-in points than you would normally. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Oh yeah, we are probably just finishing up and going to sleep until I can do the early access. However, I probably won't be on right away in the early access because, well, maybe I will be. It depends how much sleep I get between now and then. Oftentimes there's like bugs in the early stuff, so I and weird stuff, so I often come on late anyway, just so I can do a longer stream until 1 p.m. the next day. But I might be there. But your favorite streamers will be on at 1 p.m. a lot of them. So you're in good hands. So we already did this, cruised through that. That was really nice. 140 gems and a cosmetic style for a common. Worth it, right? But yeah. So hopefully they'll get all this like token stuff sorted out. But like everybody's missing all their event tokens. Damn, that's a lot of people. But yeah, off to YouTube to rewatch the bot fair. But yeah, okay, so we can I kind of want to draft though, but I should sleep. What's the resume? Do I have a draft lined up? No. Why is it telling me to resume if I don't have a draft lined up? Hi, Understood, how you doing? Premiere Draft Modern Horizons 3. Oh boy. All right. And then Avatar. Hmm. All right, I feel like drafting. I don't feel like sleeping right now. All right. Here we go while we wait. One p.m. About 5 hours. A little less than. Thank you. Much obliged. I'm gonna need more stuff to drink soon. Ah. So what are you all building from the Lorwyn spoilers that you've seen? Or is there any deck that you just like, I have to try this out? In terms of either commander or standard or something else? Mainly those are the two ones that I think usually people get most excited for starting off, but to each their own. Popper. Are there any cards you're excited to add to your decks as well? They're like, I went through a bunch of mine, obviously, when we saw those were pretty sweet. My Tasha deck is going to be so happy about that 7 mana one. Oh, sure. Let's go. Katara, sort of Sparky Boom. Sort of. Firebending, sold out. Deadly Precision. Maybe we can wheel either sold out or Deadly Precision out of this pack, possibly? I'm not sure. Airbending Lesson. Healer, Peddlers, me. Most of me wants to stay away from white because it's overdrafted. But white-black does have the sacrifice synergies. I think I'm going to take the Airbending Lesson. But we'll see if this works. I mean, this goes well with it because it creates a food token that you can sacrifice. But green-black is not necessarily the best combination for this card. Formidable Speaker for Sultai Reanimate. Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, that card's just great. Period. Trebuchet works. That works very nicely. Healer, Merchant, Momo, Misty, Barrels, Lightning Strike. All interesting. Did I get my token? No. There's so many people who didn't get tokens. Did you? I think they've gone through a bunch because they've put green check marks by a bunch. So they may have gotten to some of those people. So like Graham has a green check mark, Nerd Girl has a green check mark, Steph does. They're working their way down, and so I think you and I are still below. Yeah, you and I are still below the ones that they did the green check marks for. So I think they're working their way too. But like so many people didn't get, like I don't of all the people that are listed there, like I don't see anybody that got one. That like I don't know how anybody actually got one. So they're just messing up, I think. Correct. It doesn't work with ship. It's just sacrifices at the end of turn before this is going to check. Absolutely. But it's still in the same deck and it goes well. Damn it. The shrines. Chat. The shrines. All right. I'm going to take a beetle-headed merchant. Hope to wheel one of the other merchants. Many hats here. Or I could take waterbending lesson because I actually think the white's gone completely. Or I could start into the shrines, which just make me happy. I'm going to continue to cut the black, just because I really do want to play this card. Yeah, this gets to poop out tokens for this to sacrifice and trigger this, and for other things to try to sacrifice to trigger this. So we're hoping for June Judy. We're hoping for Toils of War, unless I have to not be in white, in which case we're not hoping for that. Ooh, that's a late Teo. We're just gonna take that here over the Kyoshi Warriors. I assume that blue is much more open, which seems reasonable. Okay. See what we get. I might run and get water. Yeah, let's take it well. Nah, okay, fine. Yeah, we do get a merchant pick 6 if we really want it. I think at this point we actually want the first time flyer. I do think we just want to commit to the blue. This card is going to be okay, but like I think I just want to do this. I saw this card be the best it was the other day. It's not very good overall, but yeah, usually. Deadly Precision first. Corrupt Court Official. Octopus Form, another sacrifice land. Huh. This card is so hit or miss for me. It's just like, I think we're just gonna go for the Deadly Precision here. No, there's the Toils! God damn it! I think I'm still supposed to take the first time flyer. I think that's just correct with what we have. God damn, I want that card. I want to be in the black white. It's so much fun, but no. Okay, let's take a first sold out of the second Deadly Precision and the Ruinous Waterbending here. Crushing Wave. I do think we're reading the signals all right. I don't want the... Oh, do I want the first barrels or the first merchant? There was another one that might wheel. I'm going to take the first barrels, I think, here. It's another thing to sacrifice. It fixes my mana in case in case Arena hoses us on color. So we'll go for that. If I have to. Yeah, I think we read pretty quickly that the white was completely gone. So sad about the Toils, though. Uh-huh. Look, you could splash it. I don't think that's correct. All right. We don't have any lessons for the 2 first-time flyers. We do have the Teo pumping them in theory, and they also have evasion to make sure that we can keep attacking with the Trebuchet's 2-1. That said, we do need to look into picking up a few lessons. The lessons that we saw go by there were like Quench and things like that, so we're probably going to want to find better ones. Hey, bye. Okay. Not Lost Days would be a better lesson, definitely, and I do want it. I think we take the Hey Bye here over that, though. For now. For our sacrifice deck. And we hope that wheels. Ooh, Knowledge Seeker. Aww. Alright. Knowledge Seeker over Quench and Longfang. Longfang was fun with the Trebuchet as well, but I think we just want the 2-drop. That's just good. I don't have a lot of draw to. It's just the Teo right now. So this may not be as good, but I'm anticipating getting some. So, and I want a 2-drop to early block, etc. on the ground when I get in with the flyers. Okay. Wolfbat's a fine flyer. I think I just want a second sold out for now. Professor Zay is a way to draw an extra card per turn and trigger the Seeker. I don't really have a lot of need for that just yet. I'm nowhere near Sokka, so we're not even considering that, and we'll just take the other sold out for now. Oof. What the hell are these packs? Is there any way... I might take this just in case we need to go Grixis or get like a bomb in Grixis colors over Snowballers and Hunters, and I don't want to splash the airbending lessons. I don't think... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take the Boiling Rock. There is a Zuko's Exile. Meh. Zay can be an airship activator once he sacrifices, yes, but I'm not super needing that right now. Not over what I took. You're not a streamer, but you can still hope. Yeah, really. There's June! Get in! Alright, there's also an abandoned attachment, so which would make our first time flyers better, but I need this first, I think. So to maximize this ship here. Damn. Alright, okay. Hi, Floof. Hello, Floofy cat. Katara. Okay. Sure. There's a waterbending lesson again, making the first time flyers better. I still can't turn this down for that, I think. Bunch of white in this pack, as expected, because it was cut so hard in the first pack. I am still avoiding it just because we've got sort of a lane that seems to be working out for us. Hey, Filthy. Mostly we're like a little bit more aggressive than the Zay. Swamp Snare Trap here over second Beetle. And over the Otter Penguin. Okay. That's a nice Dragonfly Swarm, but no. Okay. Serpent's Pass over these two, I think. Yeah. That's perfect. Fix my mana. Have something to sacrifice. Seems good. That's late Walltop Sentries. Another dragon. Why? Okay. I'm gonna take the. Yeah, there's a chance I run this. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I'll take the first Quench here over the Earth Village Ruffians, even though I think those are good sacrifice outlets, etc. I just want another lesson here. I think... Want a lesson, sorry. The first lesson here. And that's not a bad one at this point. The Ruffians do sacrifice well, though. We're gonna take the Kyoshi Battle Fan here because it's two things to potentially sacrifice to Beetle-headed merchants and or, no, this one's only a creature, but this one is creature or artifact, so. As is Beetle-headed. Okay. And, Judy is also creature or artifact, so it's two things for her as well. If we should get her. Okay. Uncommon for Vault Progress. I don't want any of the rest of that. It's a kind of late one of those. Aha! We win. I got a forest. No! Come on! Red and Shaw, huh? And really nothing I want. I can run the Pirate Peddlers, but that's just such a bad first pick. I have no nobles to fetch with Lo and Lee. I do have one lesson, but ugh. Do I have to just take the Pirate Peddlers here? I don't want a second Quench. I'm taking someone's Ren and Shaw just to be spiteful. Hama's nice. I can actually splash this. And it's good with 2 sold outs. I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to take the Hama. It's too good. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a lot of good white this time. So there's a second Guitar and a second Serpent's Pass, but there's also the Azula Always Lies and the Guru. The Guru is not good yet. We probably want the Azula Always Lies for the first time flyer, but I don't think I can take that here of a second Katara. She usually dies pretty quickly. And she's just a good one to have. Yeah, I'm just gonna take her for now. Yikes. So I have a North Pole Gates, an Airbending Lesson, and this Misty Palm might allow me to splash white. Could just also take this. We do have a decent number of non-creature spells, including the Kyoshi. Not a huge fan of this card, but it does fly right before Teo, so I guess we're going to take that here. A third Sold Out or an Abandoned Attachments. God damn it. Yerk. It's probably the Abandoned Attachments is correct here. Judy, get in! But I don't need to run that many of these first-time flyers necessarily. And I can probably pick up some lessons later. Yeah, here's some. Okay. So Yeah, okay. Merchant here over Aang's journey. Just want sack outlets, I think. Pirate and another swamp snare trap. Don't know about this crashing wave. Pirate's pretty good in this. I have 3 sold outs already. I think we're gonna take the pirate. I don't think the snowballers gets played necessarily. Maybe only one first-time flyer. Currently. It is another flyer to attack with, you know, Teo and things like that to pump, so that's nice, but Teo's good enough on its own. We also have a parrot, which is fine. Ooh, interesting. Rumble Arena and Cat Owl. I think I like the Cat Owl. Vindictive is fine also because it can just end the game out of nowhere, and it has menace, so it's a nicer attacker with a trebuchet, but I think we do... Oh, there's the Azulas. Nice. Okay, don't think I want a second beetle-headed. I'll just take a Misty Palms just for fun. Take some of these captives, sorry. And that. Okay. So, as usual, no rares except for the Phoenix Fleet airship that we got in the first pack. And we'll be playing against people with 5 or 6 usually, so that's the way this works, sadly. But it looks like a decent deck, so I will be excited to play this one. It does look good enough that I probably shouldn't play it when I'm this tired, but we will be raiding somebody so that you get to experience the new set in all its glory as soon as 1 p.m. I may not be on at 1 p.m. It might be like several hours before I'm on, just because, again, I like to avoid a little bit of the craziness at the start in terms of, you know, bugs and stuffs. That said, I might also be on at 1 p.m. I have no idea. I have to see how much I sleep and whether I actually can sleep. So, let's go raid somebody awesome. And if you missed any moments of the first look limited, you can find it all on YouTube. Here they are. So the full VODs are on YouTube. You can find all of the reviews of the commons and uncommons. You can skip ahead, skip back, so you don't have to wait through all of the ones that you don't care about. And you can hear any insights and stuff that chat has, some of the stuff that I have, and then also comparisons and stuff that we do for older cards to give you an idea of the relative, you know, strength in the past of similar cards. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more information about the set before you go to your pre-releases. Obviously, you're going to get some really good information by just watching the cards played today. We'll be on for drafting later. I know that Amy's playing. I know that Hammock's 42 is going to be drafting. Doesn't normally draft, but we'll be drafting the set to acquire the cards. We've got most of Magic Jank will be on, most of my team. So there's going to be a lot of amazing people doing it, even if I'm not on right away. And hopefully when I'm on, I'll be able to see you. But again, there's so many amazing people on that I completely understand if you go with somebody else. There's some just truly talented players out there going to be on the early access, including pro players. They're going to be inviting them again, so that's pretty cool. And we will go from there. So I will be back at the very least later on to do the early access. I will try and go as long and as I possibly can. It goes from 1 p.m. Eastern, which is in about 3.5 hours, to wait. 4.5 hours? 4.5 hours. Sorry. 4.5 hours to 1 p.m. Eastern Thursday. So it'll be a 24-hour thing there. So yeah. So there should be some really cool people on, and I cannot wait to see you again later on to do the early access stuff. Thank you so much, Hero Goblin. I really appreciate it. Great God Home. Thank you so much for everything. And yeah, so thanks for sitting through our review. Hopefully it was helpful, or at least interesting, for all the things. And they're new cards. We're seeing them for the first time, so people will be making mistakes, and that's a really good time for you to learn from us making the mistakes before they cost you something at your pre-release, you know? So, and be gentle to yourself for making mistakes, because again, it's the first time seeing the set. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out together from here. So let's go see who's online. We've got, looks like Floridaman doing Powered Cube, Meta Magic Mage doing Powered Cube, Andre Strosky doing day 14 of PT testing, which is standard. If anybody has anybody they'd like to raid, just let me know and we will do that. And that is what I see right now. Does anybody have any preference? If not, I will make an executive decision. But whom would you like to raid? Right now, I'm leaning toward... Oh, you want to go meta? Okay. Meta it is. All right, here we go. We're going to start that raid. And we'll be back very soon. Relatively, I mean, at least within, like, 10 hours, because... But yeah, but possibly at 1. We'll see. I probably actually need to sleep. But yeah. All right. I hope you have the most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. Check out the YouTube when you get a chance if you would like to see edited drafts or box openings. We've got cool box openings there. And then we also have arena directs and opens where we win boxes and money, and also where we don't win boxes and money. And then we have, of course, the full VODs. So again, if you missed any of the reviews of the commons and uncommons, and if you miss any of the like rares and mythics and special guests, those are all up on the YouTube. So consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy. If you don't, thank you so much for having checked it out anyway. I really hope, sorry to have wasted your time, and I hope to see you back here again soon if live is your thing, or on YouTube live if this is your thing. So love you all. Thank you so much. And yeah, can't wait to see you again. Mwah. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. Do what you can. Cheers.